Aunt Libby hates Dolly Parton. Now, where we're from, an opinion like that is considered blasphemous on all accounts, so a few nights back, when 9 to 5 started playing on the Spotify, and she told me to change the song, I may have spoken out of turn when I looked at her and said, "You must be out of your fucking mind, Auntie." I don't know what came over me, but only a raging lunatic would have suggested changing the song. She said, "What?" And I doubled down, pulling into question her Tennessee heritage. I deserved to have a beer tossed my way. Hell, I expected the blue aluminum can to be thrown. What I didn't account for was Libby's throwing abilities and how full the beer would be. Both maxed out in their own respects. There's still a bruise above my right eye where she got me. I said, "Damn, Auntie," and then started telling her about all of the charitable work Dolly does for all of Tennessee, around the world too. Auntie told me it wasn't about who she was as a person. It's her music she can't listen to, and it has nothing to do with the actual music itself. I said that don't make no sense at all, and that's when Auntie Libby told me to shut the hell up and she'd explain. She starts by telling me, "If you laugh, I'm gonna beat your ass." She actually said that, so I wasn't prepared for the story she actually went into, and I don't know what part she thought I would laugh at, but I promise there was no humor to be found in her story, and I wound up feeling pretty terrible for bringing up such a sore subject. Auntie grew up near Memphis in a little duplex with her mom and dad and her brother, my future dad. They shared the residence with another family who also had a little girl around Libby's age. At the time, they would play together on the front deck both houses shared. They were Unit A, and Libby's was Unit B. The girl's name was JoJo, and one summer afternoon, the girls were playing dolls on the front deck over by JoJo's front door. With the way the sun came around, Unit A spent most of the time in the shade. Next, Libby says they both watched a young man come running around the corner of their street. As he was jetting past the duplex, he looks over and notices the girls. Slowing his pace down to a jog, he throws a white brick in their direction. Both of the girls duck out of the way, and it bounces into JoJo's front door. The man screams, "Hide it!" as he disappears in between another set of houses. Seconds later, more galloping sets of feet come rounding the corner. 2 police officers were in hot pursuit behind the man. They pay the girls no attention as they ran by. Only when they're out of sight do the girls turn around to inspect what had gotten chucked at them. Libby picked it up. They both inspected every angle of it, but neither of them could figure out what it was. It was shaped like a brick, but not made of concrete. It looked like something white had been tightly packed in plastic, compacted into a dense rectangular package. The guy that threw it sure acted like it was important to him. JoJo's dad was on probation, and if the cops came back, she didn't want them coming to her door. She was terrified of the police. They beat her dad pretty good in front of the family last time he was arrested. Beat him right on the spot where they were playing just 2 years prior. Her mom had a restraining order against him, but after he got out, the Lovebirds had resolved things and gotten back together. JoJo told Libby to take the brick over to her unit to hide it somewhere there. Libby didn't argue because she'd also seen JoJo's daddy get his ass whooped that day. She could also recognize JoJo probably had bigger feelings about how everything transpired. Libby's daddy was standing right next to her watching the cops take turns using their boots and billy clubs on JoJo's dad. They were yelling, "Stop resisting, stop resisting." It was Libby's dad who was brave enough to crack the door open a bit and say something like, "All right, gentlemen, let's wrap it up over there." Needless to say, nobody wanted to relive that day. Not Libby, not JoJo, and surely not her poor daddy. So Libby had the bright idea to stash the brick in a cupboard under the sink, behind the chemical sprays and extra sponges. She returned to the shady side of the porch, triumphant in her goal to fulfill the stranger's request, and both girls would return to their imaginary fantasy land with their dolls. The next day, Libby would get up and go to school like any typical day, but when she got home, she opened her front door, and the first person she saw was her brother, Laney. It looked like he was trying to push an invisible boulder while up against the wall. He had both of his arms frozen in an L position. His head was ducking down, and suddenly she heard the swish of a leather belt cutting through the air and landing square on Laney's shoulder with a loud smack. He's screaming, confused as hell why he's getting the belt right now. Walking into the house and setting down her backpack, Libby stands there trying to figure out what's going on. Their mom's also in the living room, and she's equally as fumed as their dad. She's yelling at Laney, asking if he's some gorilla pimp drug dealer. Libby asks what he did, and their mother tells her that her big brother thinks he's a hustler. She went under the sink looking for a cleaning sponge, and can you guess what she found? Libby had a good idea, but she let her mom say it, because she really didn't know what exactly that brick was made out of until her mom said it. Then she flushed it to hell. It was only when their dad had tired himself out that he had stopped to listen to Libby explain the full story of how the brick came to be. Everyone went to bed feeling weird that night. Libby says another week would go by and nobody would mention it again. The whole thing was practically forgotten by the family until that fateful night. Libby's family was watching Alf on TV, and their dad had to keep turning up the volume to compete with the neighbors' music shaking the wall they shared. For some reason, they were playing Dolly Parton vinyls on full blast and dancing around like barnyard animals. It was all interrupted when a pair of headlights panned across their windows. A car was turning to park outside of the duplex. They didn't have a driveway, and so the car parked in front of their dad's work truck. Laney was trained to peek outside the blinds to make sure nobody was stealing tools from the truck. These men pulling up weren't interested in the truck. They killed the engine, and 3 men exited the vehicle, and they wasted no time walking straight to the duplex. Laney relays what he's seeing, and their dad turns down Alf when they heard the neighbor's door get a few loud knocks. Libby and everyone in Unit B sit quietly, trying to hear what's going on. Dolly Parton's still playing on max volume, but they could hear men shouting and things breaking over the music. They were screaming. Jojo's mom was the loudest, but they were all in hysterics. Libby's dad called the cops, and while on the phone with the operator, a series of gunshots ring out over the noise. A bullet goes through the wall and embeds itself inches above Laney's head. The screaming was replaced by footsteps and slamming doors as the men exited the unit and ran back to the car. What was left was only a Dolly Parton song to fill the deathly silence. A few minutes later, the police arrived, but the shooters were long gone by then, and Jojo's family were all deceased. They interviewed the adults in Libby's unit. They described what they'd seen and heard, the best that they could, but she doesn't remember ever hearing anyone getting charged for it. The police suggested that Libby's family get a motel for the night while they worked through the crime scene. The next day, they thought the property would have been cleaned up in some way by the cops, but besides the caution tape and various warnings stapled to the door of Unit A, it remained pretty much untouched after that night. The landlord never got around to cleaning it up. That side of the duplex stayed boarded up indefinitely. Libby told me that the worst part of it all would be when the family continued to hear noises coming from their neighbor's vacant unit. The parents couldn't explain it. Their dad would reluctantly walk across the deck to check if anyone had broken into the other unit because some of the sounds they'd hear were clearly recognizable as humans laughing and talking. Libby said she'd often hear Jojo's voice talking, and she always thought that she was trying to talk to her. Libby would put her ear against the wall to listen, but the voices would always stop, like they knew someone was eavesdropping. Their family had to live like that for a whole year until their lease was up. And honestly, I can't imagine that. I also can't understand why my dad never thought to tell me this story. The apartment was a typical, forgettable slice of 1970s architecture. Low ceilings, popcorn texture, and the persistent smell of old cooking oil and damp cupboard. I took it because it was cheap and close to the night shift job at the distribution center. My life was defined by the tangible, rent checks, clock-in times, and the aching reality of standing on concrete floors for 8 hours straight. I believed in gravity, thermodynamics, and the certainty that if you dropped a plate, it would break. Nothing more, nothing less. The only strange thing about apartment 3B was the stain. It wasn't a water stain, but a patch of discoloration on the ceiling, directly above the center of the main bedroom. It was roughly elliptical, a smear of deep, almost oily gray against the off-white paint. I initially assumed it was residual smoke damage from a former tenant or someone who'd tried to cover up a leak. I tried to scrub it once with a sponge and industrial cleaner, but it did nothing except peel back a tiny, disappointing curl of the old paint. I mentally filed it under landlord's problem, and I got on with my life, centering my battered futon right beneath it. For the first few months, the only thing that bothered me was the light, or rather the absence of light. The stained patch seemed to absorb the light, making the corner of the room directly below it perpetually feel shadowed. Even in the middle of the day, the shift in reality began subtly, in the small physical ways that a tired mind usually dismisses. It started with the weight. Every night after dragging myself home, showering, and collapsing onto the futon, I would feel an almost imperceptible pressure settling over me. It wasn't the weight of a blanket or the fatigue of my job. It was localized and heavy, a dull, constant force pressing down, primarily centered on my chest and upper body. I'd wake up soaked in cold sweats, gasping, convinced I'd been having a nightmare about being buried alive, only to find the room silent and the overhead stain watching me. I started stacking textbooks on my nightstand just to feel the satisfying, reassuring weight of something solid nearby. There were those sounds, though. They weren't supernatural wails. They were entirely mundane, but unusual. The creak of the floorboards above me, but at 3:15 a.m., when I knew the tenant upstairs, an elderly woman named Mrs. Petrov, was deep asleep. It was the sound of something heavy being dragged, muffled but distinct, followed by a loud, shuddering thump. I'd go check on her, wondering if she was okay. Obviously, she was asleep, but it got to the point where I had the landlord check on her. I started feeling crazy. I didn't want her to think that I thought something was wrong with her, but what the hell were these noises? And I wasn't going to go pounding on the ceiling. Anyway, one evening while standing on a stepladder to replace a burnt-out bulb, I was finally close enough to the stain to examine it real properly. It certainly wasn't smoke or oil. In the harsh glare of the new bulb, I saw the impossible truth etched into that plaster. It was composed of 5 distinct elongated finger marks and a thick, blurred palm area. It was an enormous, deeply impressed handprint, as if someone or something had pushed up against the ceiling or been pushed down onto it. I wasn't sure how it got there, but I didn't like how it felt, and something about the recognition broke my skepticism. I stood on that ladder, frozen, staring at the physical evidence of something strange. This wasn't a shadow or a bad dream. This was something physical. Something had been crushed against the structural limit of that room, and the stain was the consequence. I started sleeping in the living room, but the feeling followed. The pressure was no longer just on my chest. It was a psychological anchor dragging me down. I began to feel the phantom weight of my own hands, the ghostly, burning soreness that comes after lifting something far too heavy for far too long. The peak came one freezing night. I was just trying to fall asleep, wrapped up tight in a sleeping bag, when the weight returned, crushing and immediate. It felt like I'd been submerged in deep water. I couldn't move, I couldn't breathe. And then I didn't just feel the pressure. I felt the recoil. A sudden, violent release of force that felt like a spring being uncoiled inside the apartment. The ceiling above the bedroom gave a single loud crack, and a fine dust of plaster rained down onto the empty futon. I scrambled up and stared at the bedroom doorway. The ceiling handprint was still there. I could see it clearly now. Accompanying it, a fresh hairline fracture radiated outward from the center of the palm, a tiny scar in the physical world. I realized the residual energy wasn't just a feeling, it was a constant contained spring, always on the verge of pushing back somehow. I moved out just a few weeks later, abandoning my security deposit and part of my possessions. I told the landlord that there was a noise problem. He barely looked up from his newspaper. Something told me he was aware. It's been over 5 years. I live in a new city in a bright, modern apartment with 9-foot ceilings. I'm financially stable, eat well. My life is by all external measures calm and predictable. But I am perpetually tired. I carry the memory of that force every single day. I can still feel the ghost of that tremendous, unimaginable pressure. The pressure needed to leave a physical print on structural plaster. It may not have left me with any physical scars, but mentally, I certainly feel it left its mark. I was never much of a kid person, meaning I didn't really babysit or do things like that, but one summer I was broke, like really broke. So when Miss Peterson called my mom to ask if I could watch her son Liam, I told her that I was available all week. Cash under the table was the only kind of cash that mattered to me, and it was instant. Plus, Liam was a quiet kid. How hard could it be? Their place was up on Cedar Street. It was one of those big stone houses that looked like they were built during the Civil War. It had that smell too. Not bad, just old wood and dust, a little bit of mildew smell. The kind you can't really seem to get out of a place with a cellar. Liam, the kid, was about 8. Sweet kid, quiet, like I said. But the minute his parents kissed him goodnight and the front door shut, his whole demeanor changed. He got this intense look in his eyes, like he was trying to stare through a wall. "We have to stay in the living room, okay?" he whispered. He was curled up tight on the sofa, clutching a ratty stuffed dog. "Don't go near the cellar door, ever." The cellar door was right there, too, maybe 10 feet away. It was one of those heavy wooden doors, painted maybe 3 different colors over the years, and it had a big brass skeleton key lock. I laughed it off, trying to sound like a grown-up instead of a nervous 16-year-old. "What's in the cellar, Liam? Spiders?" He shook his head, a little too slowly. "The thin man is down there. He waits for the house to get really, really quiet. He doesn't like sound." I figured he'd been watching too many spooky cartoons, but then he got real serious, pulling on my sleeve. "He doesn't have a face, Sarah. He knows things. Like when I'm alone. The things you try to forget, or that you don't want to know anymore. He remembers." As eerie as it all was, I told him he was being silly, but I felt a chill anyway. We settled in to watch some movie about a talking bear until he finally started drooping around 10 o'clock. I walked him up the wide, creaking staircase to his room and tucked him in. I went back downstairs, turned off the TV, and that's when the quiet really hit, and so did Liam's words. It wasn't just quiet. It was a heavy silence that only old houses seem to have. I was sitting on the couch reading through Liam's mom's magazines, trying to ignore that feeling that I wasn't alone. Then, maybe 11:30 p.m., I heard something. It wasn't a loud noise, nothing you'd notice if the TV was on, but it wasn't. It was this faint, dry scratching, like a long fingernail dragging down a piece of rough wood, coming from the cellar door. I froze up, magazine halfway to my face. I told myself it was the pipes, or maybe the dog next door, or a tree branch. Anything. I was hoping for anything but what it sounded like. I sat there for a solid minute, holding my breath, and it stopped. I let out a puff of air and reached for my soda. And that's when the doorknob started moving. It was one of those old white porcelain handles. I watched, horrified, as it turned, millimeter by millimeter. It was agonizingly slow. It didn't make a sound. It was like watching something happen, but not understanding how. Where was the sound to accompany it? It kept turning until it hit a spot where it could click open, and then it stopped. The door didn't fly open, it didn't even creak open. It just moved inward by maybe an inch and stopped dead, leaving a black, sharp, vertical gap. The air in the room was genuinely colder, like walking into a freezer section at the grocery store. I could see my breath, but I couldn't move or scream. I stared into that gap, expecting to see something, anything, a shadow, a hand, but it was just pure blackness. That's when the whisper came out. It wasn't the sound of talking. It was more like the sound was being pushed through dry leaves. It was so low I almost missed it, but it went straight through the silence and landed perfectly in my head. You should have stopped her, Sarah. My stomach dropped. I was sweating instantly. 2 years ago, my sister, who I was fighting with, drove drunk from a party. I knew she was drunk, but she was supposed to pick me up. So, I begged her. She crashed a mile down the road, and she was paralyzed from the waist down. The accident wasn't a secret, but the guilt, the specific memory of begging her to leave, of basically putting her on the road, that was locked inside my own miserable brain. And what I just heard, it wasn't a question. It wasn't an accusation. It was just a cold, undeniable statement of a private sin. I finally found my legs. I hurled myself up the stairs and found myself retreating to the same position that Liam had been in earlier on the couch in the living room. I stayed like that for hours. By the time Miss Peterson was home, she was surprised to see that I was still awake. I told her I couldn't sleep. That was the first and last time I ever babysat. And I try to avoid cellars wherever possible. Because what the hell was that? This happened last winter. I still have a faint scar, but it stayed for a long time. I'd been stressing, pulling all-nighters, hadn't slept properly in days. When I finally hit the pillow, I was out cold. And that's when this dream started. It wasn't a standard monster or chase nightmare. It was a suffocating, almost surgical experience. I was pinned down in a dark room, and I felt something cold and hard press against my lower back. I couldn't scream, I couldn't move, but I could feel a terrifying burning heat radiating from the point of contact. In the dream, a voice, a low, gravelly, monotone one, was counting backward from 10. Each number felt like a fresh wave of searing pain. I remember struggling, tears streaming down my face in the dream, begging whatever it was to stop. When it hit 1, the voice hissed, "This one is mine." I jolted awake, drenched in a cold sweat. The room was freezing. I'd obviously been crying. But my lower back, it felt like it was on fire. I stumbled to the bathroom, flipped on the light, and twisted to look in the mirror. Just above my tailbone, a perfect circular brand, about the size of a silver dollar. It was livid red, swollen, already blistering. It wasn't an itch or a rash. It was a genuine third-degree burn. I live alone. I check the sheets, the bed frame, everything. No hot water bottle or electric blanket. No stray iron. Nothing that could have caused that kind of contact burn while I was asleep, nonetheless. A week later, I went to the doctor. They treated it like a severe, unexplained thermal burn, asked me a lot of questions about what had happened, and they just looked skeptical when I said I didn't know. It's been over a year, and I truly don't think I've slept soundly since. I believe something entered my head and stole my peace. It left a physical signature to prove that it was real. Every time I see it, faint or not, I know that nightmares weren't just in my mind. It was an active attack. I want to preface this by saying that I know this story is going to upset people, but since it's my story, I think we can all agree that it upsets no one more than me. So here goes. My mom had a rough childhood. A psychologist might suggest her hoarding of animals and things were to compensate for the attachment issues my grandparents ingrained into her character as a child. She exhibited unhealthy coping habits as an adult because her needs weren't met when she was young, and therefore she didn't possess the knowledge within her to be a tentative mother when it was her turn to raise me. She made childish decisions while being manically impulsive and explosive with her emotions. Adult tantrums louder than my kid voice could scream showed me that screaming doesn't fix things. I watched her do that with people at the store, people on the phone, and with me, unable to separate volume from valid points. This personality type often doesn't make a lot of friends, and the ones that she did have had issues of their own that made my mom look great in comparison, or enabled and ignored her behavior because they felt sorry for us. Never being shown real love through loyalty, my mom gravitated towards rescuing abused dogs and cats that she'd find on the streets or one of her friends' boyfriends needed to get rid of. And that's how we got William. He was a Rottweiler mix that was beaten and starved by the old owner. My naive mom didn't believe her boyfriend could be equally as cruel to her. When they broke up, she kept William. The guy actually just left William with us and never came back. I didn't like that dog. The hostile environment it was raised in made William naturally aggressive. We had a futon that he'd crawl under with my toys. The first time I'd gotten on my hands and knees to retrieve them, he waited under the futon while I got real low and stretched my arm in as far as I could. I had one of my toys in my hand when William attacked me. His teeth sunk into my forearm and almost broke it. His bites were so fast, it was a matter of seconds, but that was enough for William to get my arm real good. Enough that my mom reluctantly had to drive me to the hospital and get stitches. Before we got there, she told me to tell the doctors I was attacked by a neighborhood dog. From what my mom told me about William, he'd been beaten so bad, he had brain damage. It was a deeply saddening situation that my mom had rescued him from, but in her efforts, she'd brought a danger into our home, and I began to think that he was possessed more than brain damage. He wasn't a dumb dog. Most of the time, William was calm and timid, and then like that, he'd snap. His tail would freeze, and he'd start shaking his body like his fur was wet. The shake would last close to 20 seconds, and then William would freeze, start rolling his head in slow, full circles. Most noticeably, the fur would stand different on his body. I only saw him do the shake thing once, but I knew to stay away from William when I saw all the hair look prickly and stuff. The change was subtle, but the things he did in this altered state felt more deliberate. In the morning before school one morning, I was getting ready to leave for the bus. My backpack was missing from where I'd put it. I start rushing around the house looking for my backpack. When I enter my bedroom, the lights are off. I trip over something large laying right inside the doorway of my room. I faceplant and feel my backpack under me. Then William gets a hold of my left leg, starts tugging my leg like a chew rope. The pain is sharp. The receptors in my brain are instantly alarming my body with jolts of pain as William takes bite after bite of my leg. I try pulling away. I even tried slapping his head, but he wouldn't let go. William didn't growl or bark. He didn't snarl. His attack was intentional. Like noise was for intimidation, and he knew I was way beyond afraid of him. My bedroom window faced the street opposite of my front door. I can hear the school bus going from left to right, getting ready to turn down the road in front of my house. William also hears the bus, his ears tilted back, and he drops my leg from his mouth, walks away like nothing happened. The bites weren't hospital level. My jeans were torn and I was bleeding, but only in spots and not profusely. My mom also wasn't home that morning. I knew my only chance to get an adult to look at my injuries would be to get to my bus stop. Grabbing my backpack with me as I got up, it hurt to put a lot of weight on that leg. Somehow, though, I managed to get myself all the way out the door, locking it behind me into my bus, just as it was about to close its doors. The bus driver looked at my pants and then looked at me. It wasn't his job, nor did he have the proper medical equipment available on the bus. We both knew this, and without a word to each other, I took my seat and the bus continued picking up the rest of the children. Once I got to school, I went straight into the nurse's office. This wasn't the first time I'd been attacked by this neighborhood dog. I knew they were getting suspicious of how repetitive these injuries were. They asked if I had a dog at home. I was only allowed to talk about the 3 small dogs we had. Those dogs my mom took everywhere with her. The bite marks on my leg were far too big for dogs those size to inflict. I was never allowed to speak of the dysfunctions inside my home, the physical altercations I'd witnessed between my mom and her boyfriends, her alcoholism. I was brainwashed into having a mindset that it was us against the world. She's all I got, and I was all she had. I had no power over the situation I was in, and I coped the best I could with what I thought was normal. My clothes were dirty, and classmates would bully me about the way I smelled. I couldn't smell myself, so I didn't know what to do. This sad memory I'm mentioning specifically because on the day I decided to teach myself how to use the washer and dryer, I knew from commercials that there were things that you had to put into the washer to make your stuff smell good. We didn't have any of those things in our house. A single box of some generic detergent laid sideways on the closed lid of the washer. It was empty. That empty box smelled how I wished my clothes did. I set the box on the ground and replaced it with a handful of dirty clothes that I'd collected. Stuffing as much as I could into the top loader, I forced the lid back down and pressed start on the washer. Our laundry room was a little room that enters from a door in the kitchen. It felt like the temperature dropped when I turned to leave the laundry room area, and when I did, William was sitting on the other side of the kitchen, blocking the only way out into the rest of the house. His teeth are showing, like he's snarling, but the kitchen's completely quiet. To my right, the kitchen sink turns on full blast. The noise and spray of the mist against my shoulder shocks me. I flinch for a second, and in that blink, William, sitting in the same position, same scary face, is now sitting a few feet closer in the kitchen, off the dining room carpet now, and fully onto the linoleum. An almost crippling wave of anxiety fills my chest. Then, the faucet handle started flipping up and down, turning the water back and forth from on to off, and then back on again. The droplets landing on me were gradually becoming hotter until it felt how bacon grease did when I'd cook it in the pan. Steam had also started to slowly fill the kitchen where we stood. Its diameter was probably 5 by 12. It was narrow. The floor plan only comfortably allowed one person in there to move freely. I had to divert my attention from William over to the faucet, and when I grabbed the metallic curved handle, it was hot. There was a force moving the faucet handle, though. I felt it move when my palm first grasped it, before pulling. It almost slipped up from my hands. It gave me the terror sensation like a nest of spiders had hatched in between my fingers. But instead, it was something that I couldn't see, pushing and pulling the handle around. When my hand grabbed it, the pressure lightened and increased like it had bumped something and tried again. Then it stopped and I pulled down. It had to be fractions of a second that this all happened. Grab handle, gross feeling, push handle off. I stepped back from the sink and quickly looked down again to see that William had moved a few tiles closer. I'd memorized exactly where he was, and it was only 2 tiles closer at most, but I didn't know how. I didn't know why he was doing this to me. I was cornered with no way out. The house phone, it was behind William, at the end of the kitchen counter. We both stood in the kitchen having a staring contest. As the steam dissipated, it rapidly cooled down again, and the mist that was once burning my skin had turned into an extra layer of cold for me to contend with. William opened his mouth like he was going to yawn, but he didn't close back down. He sat completely still, with his mouth wide open. Warm tears quickly added to the uncomfortable chill I was experiencing. William was easily my size or larger. He definitely outweighed me and outstrengthened me. The light switch to the kitchen is just outside the kitchen on the wall that is shared with the dining room. It makes a snap noise when you move the single panel switch. When the light starts flickering above, I can hear the snapping sound, just like the faucet. It starts turning on and off and on, and the next time that it turned off, the snapping sound stopped and the light stayed off. I don't think I've ever been so scared in my life. It was like I was watching what I was seeing from the backseat of a car. I couldn't move. I could only witness what was happening around me like a movie. I was fear-stricken, but a low sound, quiet even in the silence, was able to pull me back into my body and away from the helpless fog. I heard William growl for the first time. It was a deep rumble that was broken up almost like caveman grunts. I screamed and hopped backwards onto the washer. I turned on the small light that only illuminated the laundry room. Anything past that line was completely dark. Along with the stuttered grunts, I could hear the nails on William's paws click on the linoleum. The sound grows until they're just outside the light. I could barely see him with the limited light that reflected off his chest fur, his muzzle that was now shut, and his eyes. There was something wrong with his eyes. There was no doubt in my mind that he could easily reach me from the top of the washer. At any moment, he was capable of dragging me off of the washer and mauling me to death in the kitchen. I honestly believed that that's how I was going to go that night. In my adolescent mind, I thought William was going to eat my whole body, and my mom was going to think I ran away. In a last-ditch effort, I grabbed the empty box of detergent lying beside me, and I hold it in front of my face like a flimsy shield. William stands on his hind legs and puts his front paws onto where I'm laying. He stood above me with the cardboard being the only thing between us. While his drool landed on the box, an odor filled my nose that was unworldly. William smelled like sulfur. It was pungent. My arms held that flimsy box in front of me while the rest of my body curled up like a shrimp, trying to get as small as possible. Then, he started his vibrating, patterned growls. When they stopped, there wasn't enough will in my body not to stay exactly how I was. My arms were going numb, and my defense slowly lowered until I could see that William wasn't there anymore. The kitchen lights had turned back on, and my mom standing there, startled to see me on the washer. Both of us noticed at the same time that all of the cupboards in the kitchen had been opened and the drawers pulled out. The sight of all of this opens up a pit in my stomach, like a free fall into paranoia and dread. She scolds me, believing that I had done it, telling me I was going to bend the metal lid of the washer and the landlord was going to kick us out. Trying to tell her about William was only met with transferring the blame to me. I needed to stop messing with that dog. He was abused. I should take him for more walks after school. Now get off the fucking washer and close all this shit up. By then, my clothes were done. I threw them into the dryer afterwards with no idea what setting to turn the dial to. Any setting I would have chosen probably couldn't have dried my shirts and jeans with just one cycle. I found that out when I woke up in the morning. Not only did they not smell like the box I held in front of my face all night, they smelled mildewy. They were damp, and I was cold that day. The night's previous efforts were for nothing, less because my clothes were wet. I went to school that day filled with hate, and I took it out on the first bitch that asked for it. Standing in line waiting to enter my student number, I hear the group behind me snickering. I turn around. I found the girl laughing the loudest. I'd never been in a fight before that moment, but standing in the cafeteria that day, I consciously chose violence. It was clear the other girls hadn't been in a fight either. My punch wasn't lethal. It barely grazed her cheek, but it was enough to give her a little bruise. And I guess more importantly, instead of fighting me back, the girl's eyes just filled with tears. She and her group of friends immediately told on me to the lunchroom teachers, and I was sent to the principal's office, resulting in a 3-day suspension. My mom was furious. Her denial of the environment we lived in was fueled by projections of her qualities as a mom. When we got home, she told me that my new job at home will be to take William out for more walks. She only remembered her side of the conversation. I was forced to walk William. My mom was at home when I was at school, and she made sure that we got out of her hair while she got ready for work that afternoon. The house we lived in was part of an affordable housing program offered by a nonprofit. Our neighbors were degenerates and bums. The park down the street from my house would usually be a no-go by myself, as the south end was typically filled with a homeless community. If a bike went missing in our neighborhood, guarantee you would have found it at the park, next to someone's tent. But no one was ever brave enough to go get theirs back. It was rare that I took William for a walk, and though his incidents rarely happened outside, there were a few notable ones that are worth mentioning. The last one nearly took my life. My mom had unknowingly once grabbed William by his collar and yanked him outside really quick, saying that she thought he was going to throw up on the carpet. She must have seen him do the shaking out of our back window. His hair was straight as needles, and I watched William return to the back door. He had a squirrel, and he drowned it in his water bowl. His eyes pitch black. It was sadistic. He kept the squirrel gently but firmly compressed between his teeth until it was dead. Then he lifted its body out of the water and tossed it to the doormat. I was disgusted. Later, I got a shoebox and buried the squirrel in our flower bed. And then there's the last time that William would do something like this. I took him to the park under the secret hopes that one of those bums did approach me just to see if William would attack them. I thought, if one of these creeps does walk up to me, they deserve it because no adult should be approaching a child like that. None of them did, though. Everyone who saw us stayed away from William. We walked right through the south exit gates of the park without any interactions. On the other side of the park's gate, there is a 10-yard stretch consisting of a large grass patch and a sidewalk before reaching a busy highway. I tried to stay closest to the park's fence on the grassy area, planning to walk the border around towards home. Up to this point, the walk had been completely uneventful, and I'm almost able to enjoy an afternoon sun, one that I'd normally be stuck inside a classroom for. A sudden explosion of energy takes my feet off the ground, and the next thing I know, I'm being dragged towards the busy highway. The leash squeezes my ribs, making it hard to breathe. I'm being pulled so hard that the dirt gets in my mouth every time I try to open it to gasp for air. William is pulling the leash too tightly for me to unloop it. His paws dig into the ground as he uses all of his might to drag us closer to the speeding cars. 2 lanes heading east, 2 lanes heading west. The cars in the lane closest to us can see me being dragged in their direction, and they start honking, trying to switch lanes or pull over. Naturally, the lane closest to the sidewalk begins to slow down, just as William drags us from the grass to the sidewalk and onto the road. The cars in the next lane can't see us. As William clears the first lane of stopped cars, a woman driving a Ford Explorer is rushing to work. She's drinking a cup of hot coffee and glances down to find the cup holder inside her car. The light ahead is green, and there's no way that it was her fault. But in the time it takes for her to find the cup holder and set her coffee into it, William leaps into her lane, dragging me with him. Just as the car hurtles towards us, I feel a sharp tug at my waist. The leash snaps. My body flies sideways, slamming hard onto the sidewalk. I gasp as air fills my lungs for the first time in what feels like minutes. Through blurry eyes, I see William darting across the lanes of speeding traffic. Cars honk and swerve, but William avoids every near miss. He disappeared into the distance, running full tilt until he's out of sight. He never returned. I was laying there shaking, covered in dirt, too stunned to move. A driver who stopped to get out of his car rushes over to me. What happens next, I can only remember in bits and pieces. I know the man lifts me by my underarms and carries me further down the sidewalk, setting me on a bus stop bench. An ambulance arrives, causing a traffic jam, and paramedics ask me questions, most of which I can't even answer. Someone retrieves the snapped leash still wrapped around my hips and carefully untangles it. When it catches on the ambulance door, they cut it off of me. I'm not physically injured, but I'm mentally shattered. I cried the entire ambulance ride to the hospital. Instead of going to the ER, they cleaned me up and take me to another part of the building, where I sit in an office filled with a few children's toys. A woman sits across from me, asks me questions. Her voice is soft and kind. I answer honestly, and for the first time, an adult shows interest in what's happening at my house. I feel a guilty weight lift as I realize I can finally tell someone about William and my home life. I wait in the woman's office for what feels like hours. Then I'm surprised when I see my uncle pick me up. When I climb into his truck, my backpack is sitting on the seat, along with a gym bag filled with my clothes. My uncle tells me that I'll be living with him and my aunt for a while, until Mom can get the house cleaned up a bit. He explains it kindly to a child. At their house, they wash my clothes. I sleep on a big couch in the living room. When it becomes clear that my stay is more permanent, my uncle moves his office to the garage and gives me that room as my new bedroom. I've had years of counseling to close the chapters of my childhood, and I'm grateful for the strength and character it's instilled in me. My mom, however, was never able to get a handle on her hoarding or her drinking, and when I was 19, my uncle received a call that authorities had found her deceased in her home after neighbors complained about a smell. Started working at the old plant back in 2014. It used to make lawnmower engines and whatever else they folded into the back rooms over the years. Now it's a sandwich of humming machines, stacked pallets, and half-forgotten tools with paint flaking off like old scabs. We always joke the fluorescent bulbs buzz more than they glow, and that there's this constant smell of oil and warm metal that gets into your clothes and your hair. It never quite leaves. You learn the building like you learn an old town, where the floorboards give, which stair squeaks by itself, which door sticks in damp weather. You notice how sound travels in a place. A footstep in the metal stairwell will echo like someone's pacing a courtroom. And that's where most of the weird stuff happens. The stairs, the loading dock, the old office that's been used for storage since whoever owned this place last quit paying attention. We've had noises since day one. Steps when no one's going up the stairs. Doors opening and then nothing passing through them. Sometimes tools rattling on a bench, like someone had just set them down. At first you chalk it up to the building settling, a raccoon, or the night shift radio picking up a station and spitting out half a song. The longer you work here, the more generous you get with your explanations, until you aren't. The oddest part is that at least 3 of us have seen the same thing. A man in overalls. Not a shape or trick of the light or something like that. A figure, walking slow or standing at the top of the metal stairwell, like he's waiting for someone to get off the lift. Overalls, cap, hands in his pockets. The sort of silhouette that your brain fills in when you remember factory postcards. He looks like he belongs here, even though he doesn't. I'll tell you the sightings that we all still bring up. The first time was the winter after I was hired. It was a weeknight, late. The office lights were off. I was stacking boxes on the second floor mezzanine. My buddy Aaron was on the forklift down below. Jen had already gone home early. I heard the stairs first. 3 measured steps, like they knew the rhythm of the building. I assumed that it was the night janitor. But when I looked at the top of the stairwell, leaning on the handrail was a man in a faded blue overalls, watching the floor like you watch a loading bay. He was far enough away that the fluorescent glare softened him into a cutout. But I could see the outline of his cap, the way that his shoulders were set. I remember thinking he looked tired, like a man who'd finished a 12-hour shift and was waiting for the bus. I shouted, "Hey, you all right up there?" My voice made the place feel less empty. He slowly turned his head. He was acknowledging me, but didn't descend. I waved. He didn't wave back. Then, as plainly as my radio would cut out, he was gone. No footsteps down the stairs or a shadow moving. Nothing. I told Aaron, half embarrassed but half relieved. Aaron shrugged, rubbed his chin, and said, "Nice of him to finally show up." That became a line that we used whenever something creaked, a joke to pepper over the weirdness. The second time was summer, and it was 2 years later. We were setting up for an early shift with the morning crew. Mark, who's been at the plant for forever, swore that he'd heard someone humming while he was fixing a conveyor belt near the old office. He called out and the humming stopped. He looked up and there was a man there, standing in the doorway between the office and the storage room, overalls rimmed with grease. Mark called across, "You lost?" The man tipped his cap like he understood. Then, when Mark walked over, the doorway was empty. The hum came back for a second, and then the building had that same quiet as it does at dawn. The third was the weirdest because we had more people around to confirm it. Last winter, a delivery came late, and a handful of us stayed after the unload. We worked the loading dock in a half circle, tossing boxes and joking about who'd have to serve overtime pizza. I had my back to the stairwell when Derek said, "Hey, you see that?" We all looked and saw him, the man at the top of the stairwell, hands in his pockets, face mostly shadowed under the brim of a cap. He was watching the dock like a foreman. We called up to him because that's the normal human thing to do. "Everything good?" someone asked. No answer, so we hollered again, louder, crossing the concrete between us and the stairs. When we reached the base of the steps and craned our necks to look up, the stairwell was empty. We all stood there for a minute. We could clearly see where the exit was, and nobody came out the exit. Unable to let it go, Derek ran up to check. No one. We all just stood there for a minute, and then Aaron said, with the exact mix of gallows humor and relief that we always have, "About time he clocked in, I guess." And we laughed because what else do you do? New hires would ask about the guy, and we'd tell them the story in a tone that was somewhere between a campfire yarn and an occupational hazard briefing. We traded little details. He always wore overalls. He never came down the stairs. Sometimes you could hear him walking, but there was never any shadow on the landing. A few of the older men said, "We used to have a guy on nights years ago. Name was Harold. Took early retirement when the plant changed hands. None of us could confirm it. Names got fuzzy, paperwork didn't match memory. Still, the description of the figure remained the same. What's unnerving about all of this is how ordinary it is. He never caused a scene, he didn't slam doors or fling tools. He just existed at the edge of motion, like a placeholder in a photo. The noises, the footsteps, the door opening and not being walked through, they were mundane things until you noticed that they were paired with the figure. Suddenly, the commonplace sounds of the place felt like echoes of a life that were no longer recognized. We tried to catch him. We left the lights on and watched the stairwell cameras at night. The footage was nothing but grainy and static. Even when we reviewed it later, we couldn't find anything. There was a flicker here, a soft shadow there, but no definitive shape. We set up a camera again on a different angle and the feed glitched every time we focused on the top stair. Files had been corrupted, timestamps scrambled. The plant's IT guy swore that the cameras were fine, but his voice didn't say so. I will say there are nights that it's worse. Humid summer nights when the building sighs and the lights hum extra. Cold winter mornings when the steam from the presses makes little ghosts in the air. The hour when the morning shift is still in the parking lot and the night shift is folding into the day. That's when you're likely to hear the step, step, step of someone measuring the stairs, or the soft slip of a cap as someone tilts his head. People keep their radios in their pockets then, not because they need the music, but because the static drowns out the silence between one sound and the next. I don't pretend to know what it is, what he is. Memory, residue. I'm not sure. Could be a man named Harold who liked to check the stairwell and never stopped. Maybe it's just how old buildings hold on to things. But here's what I can say. 3 different people, at different times, have described the same man in the same way. Enough times that it stopped being a single weird incident and became part of the job. I manage a restaurant in Halifax. One of my cooks takes the bus to work every day. I don't know how I got myself into this situation, but yesterday during his shift, he came up to me in a panic, asking me to drive him to the hospital. "What's wrong?" I asked. The way he came up to me made me think that he'd cut a finger off. Apparently, his mother had just called to tell him his grandmother was dying. It was the real gather around, it's time. So I grabbed my purse, and we sped to get there. Again, I don't know how I get myself into these situations, but I somehow managed to get into the actual hospital room with the dying woman and the crying family. When I was dropping him off in the parking lot, he invited me in, and I felt weird saying no. When we went in, there's barely any standing room. All of the family was gathered as close as they could around the bed. I tried to stay as far back as I could, but as the last few people trickled in after me, I was trapped. It was uncomfortable. and I had to diligently keep on a sad facial expression so as to not look out of place, all while thinking to myself, well, ain't this a wacky predicament you've gotten yourself into? When the chatter in the room goes to a whisper, I can hear the grandmother's voice speak up in a sweet, elderly tone. Her words were spoken with a delicate southern drawl. She had the perfect grandmother voice to read stories. It warmed my heart the moment she began telling everyone, "All right, come on, y'all hush down." When the room went silent, she took a long, deep breath and then said, and I quote, "Now, I want all of you to know how much each of you made my life hell." And those were her last words. Then she died a few seconds later. Her final resting pose looked winced and pained. It was the saddest thing that I'd ever had to see. Each family member in the room shared a tearful yet embarrassed glance around the hospital room like, did she really just go out like that? Well, I had so many questions on our ride home. My coworker's name is Colin, and how he put it was like this. Grandma Lee had always been a handful. He couldn't recall one time in his childhood that she wasn't complaining about something, anything, from the temperature in the house to the way that he'd crunch his cereal as a kid. As Colin reminisced, the stories continued to flow from his mouth, one story after another about unchecked mental illness and the silly situations Grandma Lee got herself into. Unintentional, life-threatening dangers that she'd put Colin in when she babysat. She took him to the zoo, hung him over the guardrails just to get a closer look at the animals. When she pulled him back, Colin could see how upset the other adults looked, and they were all glaring at them. He didn't know why they were asked to leave that day. To him, at that age, Grandma Lee's unstable behavior was normal. There was a point in our road trip, as Colin pulled stories from his memory bank, I could see that he accidentally remembered one he didn't like. He stumbled over his words and then stopped speaking, like his thoughts had just made contact with his words, and he realized he was about to choke up on a story, one that he'd pushed down years ago. I turned to look at him and I saw tears rolling down his cheeks. I asked, "What's wrong?" Just a minute ago he was laughing. I had no clue what had happened. Colin says, "I just remembered something I hadn't thought about since I was a child." He tells me that there was something that happened once at Grandma Lee's that really scared him when he was young. We're talking 5 or 6. Grandma would have probably been in her early 40s. A windstorm had knocked out the power that day, and they had to maneuver around the house by candlelight. The power hadn't come on by the time he went to bed on the living room couch. When he wakes up again, it's still the middle of the night. He doesn't know what time, but it's still fully dark outside, and the house is even darker, all except for a thin blue light that stretched out from under Grandma's bedroom door. With the rest of the house drenched in black, this beautiful glow was the only light source in the house. The light had an almost hypnotizing presence, and without knowing it, Colin got off of his couch bed and wandered over to the bedroom door where the light was coming from. The hinges on his grandma's door were squeaky, so in order to stay quiet, he slowly pushed the door open. Every inch it moved revealed more of the bedroom and let more blue light into the hallway. It was bright enough to hurt his eyes, but the source still eluded him. The light was almost blinding, and Colin had to squint his eyes. Through the shining light, he saw the figure of his grandmother. It looked like she was sitting up in bed, like she was watching TV, but the light was coming from behind and above her, almost silhouetting the front of her that Colin could see. Then he experienced a heart-dropping realization when he noticed that there were more people in that room, more than just his grandma. There were 4 other figures that were also in the room. They'd pressed themselves into the corners of the bedroom, hoping not to be seen by Colin's squinting scan of the room. But when he saw the first one in the corner nearest the bed, the other 3 stepped out from their hiding spots as well. They were tall. Their heads almost touched the ceiling, and they were all wearing black hooded cloaks, ones that didn't reflect the blue light. One of the entities had their hoods off, and Colin was briefly able to see that its features were not human. It terrified him beyond belief, too afraid to move, too scared to scream. It was also possible that the entities were doing something to control his body, because he remembers desperately trying to move and make any sort of noise, but it was impossible. One of the cloaked figures turned their attention back to Grandma Lee. A white beam of light extended from the sleeve of its cloak, brighter than the indigo blue. She looked asleep, sitting up in bed, and when the white light was focused directly on her, it made her skin look translucent. Colin could see organs and the blood circulating through her veins. When another of the cloaked beings turns its attention toward the bed, Colin can feel whatever was constricting his muscles let go. As soon as the pressure lifted, he ran and locked himself in the bathroom across the hall. He crawled into the bathtub as far away from the door as he could get, but it didn't matter. They knew where he was, and within a few seconds, one of the cloaked figures came for him. As Colin pressed his back against the shower wall, the figure passed right through the wall. It silently floated in from the hallway, like a ghost. But Colin knew these entities weren't spirits, and when it entered the bathroom, his stomach felt like it was going down the peak of a roller coaster. He was strangled by terror. He squeezed his eyes closed and again felt the pressure on his body, freezing his movements. Then he heard the sound of the fan in the bathroom. It grew quiet, and then it was gone. The pressure didn't allow him to open his eyes, but as he was listening to the fan disappear, he also felt the bottoms of his feet leave the cold plastic bathtub mat. For a moment, it felt like he was levitating. He kicked his feet to find nothing beneath. The sensation didn't last long, and the next thing Colin felt was a large, soft bump on his back, like a cloud pushed him, but it didn't make him fall forward. His body naturally pushed back into the object. It fully engulfed him in warmth, and the grip of terror loosened the longer his body stayed idle. Eventually, his eyes were able to open again, and Colin registers that he's back in his bed. The sun is up, and Grandma Lee's already awake, making breakfast. Colin frantically tried to tell her about the night before, but she laughs at his claims, telling him he must have had a bad dream. I asked him if he thought it was a dream. Colin says that that's what he tried to convince himself it was, but when he woke up that morning, there was a small triangular lump on his wrist. It felt like there was something hard under his skin. When he asked his grandma to check it out, she rubbed it, said it felt like scar tissue. It made Colin feel better believing that too. Then it seems his little child brain repressed it good and deep. While in the car, Colin rolled up his sleeve on his right arm to show me that, in fact, there is still a visible lump in the shape of a triangle on his right wrist. It's not big, probably 2 grains of rice long, but it is in the shape of a perfect triangle. I was 19 when I finally escaped my parents' constraints, spread my wings, and left the nest. I was terrified. My parents weren't monsters, and they would have let me stay there forever if I wanted. But that's the reason I had to go, you know? I easily could have stayed living in the little mother-in-law apartment downstairs, but I felt my spirit start to wither. Born and raised in the same small coastal town, there's almost a nostalgic feeling to think that you could live like this forever. The population rarely changes through generations. Teachers could recall the antics they witnessed from the parents of my classmates when they taught them years ago. Summer jobs become careers, and you become a manager of a group of kids trying to earn money for school clothes. Simple routines, lacking urgency or accomplishment. Those adorable anchors my friends called babies, it wasn't for me. So first chance I got, I split like a cheap pair of pants, albeit my chance arrived in the form of my aunt destroying her hips, falling down the wooden staircase in her home. Her name was Colleen. She was my mom's older sister that lived alone in a secluded wooded area in New England. From what I'd known about Colleen, she'd burnt every bridge with every other family member she had, but the sisterly bond that she shared with my mom never dissolved. My parents loved Colleen, and so did I, but they both had jobs and couldn't take time off of work to care for her, so I volunteered. In a tragic turn of circumstances, the week after I arrived, Colleen would pass away in her sleep from a brain aneurysm. Instead of taking on the responsibility of getting the house ready to sell, my mom proposed that they take over the deed to the house. I think my mom was excited at the prospect of having the house all to themselves again, as when I came home the first time after Colleen's passing, half of my bedroom had already been packed up. The following weekend, all three of us drove back up to New England to pick up Colleen's ashes and unpack my belongings into the big empty house. I didn't have much when it came to belongings. Everything I owned could fit in the coat closet by the front door. The house was already furnished with frivolous high-end products my lonely aunt would order from her catalogs. The neighborhood was quiet, safe community with a good school district. This was a fact I remember my dad telling me as we set down the last box from the moving truck. It wasn't a big deal, but I was under the impression that we were all going to go out to dinner when we were done unpacking. But instead, my dad says that stuff about the school district and then goes, "So you're good here, right?" I replied in confident agreeance. I did heavily reflect upon why they were so elated for me to go. Could I have been that annoying? Have they only been nice to me for these 19 years because they were obligated to as my parents? No, they wanted to smoke pot. I never knew they were drug bugs, and apparently they weren't for 19 years, but as soon as I leave, they get hooked on the stuff again. So there I was, alone for the first night in this house. I didn't do much, unpacked a little, found a frozen lasagna buried in the freezer that didn't look horrible. I ate it on the couch while watching some terrible reality show, one that Colleen had probably recorded years ago. The place still smelled like her perfume, a powdery floral scent. It reminded me of department store makeup counters. It was strange being there without her. Not necessarily bad, just quiet. Maybe it was too quiet. By midnight, I was getting ready for bed, and I realized I hadn't locked the back door. The house had a sprawling backyard that bled into the woods, and though the town was safe, my mom had drilled into me that unlocked doors were an invitation for trouble. So I patted down the kitchen, flipped on the light, and checked the deadbolt. Locked. I frowned. I swore I hadn't touched it earlier, but I must have. I grabbed a glass from the cabinet and filled it with water, leaning against the counter as I stared out the window above the sink. The backyard was pitch black, the porch light barely illuminating the first few feet of grass before the trees swallowed the rest. The woods were so much darker here than back home on the coast. Less sky, no streetlights, just a wall of blackness stretching endlessly beyond the house. I was about to turn away when something moved. A shadow just past the porch. I caught my breath. I squinted, trying to see through the darkness. It had been quick, just a flicker of movement against the trees. An animal? Trick of the light? What light? I thought. Then something moved past the window. I jerked back so fast I nearly dropped my glass. A figure, tall, broad-shouldered, had moved along the side of the house. No flashlight, no sound, just a slow, deliberate stride. My stomach turned to ice. It wasn't my parents. They wouldn't be back until the morning. No neighbors, no expected visitors. Someone was out there. My heart was pounding as I rushed through the house, checking all the doors, flipping off as many lights as I could. I didn't want to see whatever was out there, and I sure as hell didn't want it to see me. But curiosity got the best of me. I crept back toward the kitchen, keeping low, peering out the window at an angle. The yard was still, empty. Maybe I'd imagined it. Then the porch light flickered. For a split second, I saw something at the edge of the yard. Not a person, something else. It was tall, wrong, its arms hanging far too low, its shoulders unnaturally high, its legs bending oddly, like they weren't jointed correctly. And though I couldn't see its face, I knew it was looking at me. The second the light cut out completely, I ducked below the counter. My pulse was hammering in my ears. The house felt impossibly big all of a sudden. Too many windows, too many ways for it to see me. I needed to close the blinds. I moved as fast as I could, yanking down the shades in the kitchen, then the living room, the hallway. My hands were shaking so badly, I fumbled the last one, the cord tangling in my fingers as I struggled to pull it down. And then I heard it, a deep, rhythmic clicking. It came from just outside the glass door. I went still. I practically stopped breathing. The sound I heard wasn't human. It was deliberate, patterned, like a language I didn't understand. I forced myself to move, to shut the last blind, sealing myself in darkness. I stayed crouched on the floor for what felt like hours, barely breathing, waiting for some sound, some sign that it was gone. But the night stretched on, silent, except for the occasional creak of the house settling. Just when I thought it would be safe to move, I'd hear that clicking sound. So I stayed put. And apparently I stayed put for hours, because eventually headlights swept across the driveway. My parents were back. I ran outside to meet them, nearly barreling into my dad. I told them everything about the shadow, the clicking, the way it moved. My dad sighed, rubbing his face. He told me it was probably a deer, maybe an owl. My mom said that I had been alone too long, and my nerves were getting the best of me. They really didn't understand. That night, I laid in bed, staring at the ceiling, trying to convince myself that they were right, that all of it had been my imagination, a trick of the light, an overactive mind. But deep down, I knew it wasn't those things, because as I drifted into uneasy sleep, I swore I heard it again, the same slow, deliberate clicking, somewhere beyond my walls. When it didn't happen for a few days, I decided I was safe, that whatever it was had decided to move on. This was over 4 years ago, and though I've settled into the house quite nicely, I do constantly wonder if and when I'll hear that clicking again. And as much as I don't think I want to know, I still wonder, what was it? I don't know if this constitutes as a wild AA story, but I wouldn't have it if it weren't for AA, so here goes. Obviously, names have been changed. Attending my Thursday meetings, there were a few regulars that I got to know. Gail was an older woman with box-dyed black hair and a different Slipknot shirt for every day of the week. In her 20s, she was selling sex and drugs for a local biker gang in Nevada. Some of the stories that she'd shared at our meetings would make even the most hardened addicts blush. If Gail could live her insane life and turn it around, there was hope for any of us that walked through those doors. No matter how down and out they were, Gail probably had a story just a little bit worse, just a little more tragic. I know she was probably a raging narcissist, right? That's what I thought too. But she had receipts to back up every claim. Knife wounds, bullet wounds, a criminal rap sheet, and a scar on her leg she received from a branding iron that looked like an X with a half circle around it. She was the real deal. And man, could she tell a good story. Gail, despite her abrasive presence, still managed to have the brightest, most welcoming presence in the room. I looked forward to attending meetings because I enjoyed listening to her speak. She made you feel warm, even in the wintertime. However, the stories she would share during our smoke breaks were some of my favorites. She didn't have to hold back then. She could glorify these experiences all she wanted, and she had some insane experiences. Not just from when she was using, but from the days that she was sober and still working the streets. The story I'm sharing isn't one of Gail's trials and triumphs. It wasn't even one that she told everyone in a meeting. It was one of those coveted outside smoking a cigarette stories. And this time, she was telling me about her days as a high-class escort in Vegas. She was one of 3 girls that the bikers would present to only their top clients. Millionaires with drug habits, celebrities or mafia men, rich evangelical preachers with mega churches in Texas. Gail made bank doing what she did, and she was treated nicely as well. Clients paying in the thousands aren't usually the type to be violent. It also helped that she was driven to the location and picked up by a black Escalade filled with gang members waiting in the parking lot. An added fee for both Gail's and the client's safety. They would remain completely undisturbed unless Gail gave the signal from the window of the hotel. There was always the risk that they could kill her before the gang made it up to the room, but Gail never worried about the small stuff like that. One day her pimp gathers the girls together and asks if any of them could pass a drug test right now. Gail's the only one that raises her hand. She just so happened to have lost custody of her kid and had to be clean for 6 months before she could fight the courts to get him back. The kid's story, now that was a sad one that she did share in a meeting. Gail relapsed before she could regain custody of her son, and he'd be shipped off to his uncle with cancer in Baltimore. Yeah, don't worry, I'm not going to keep going on that one. Let's just say something happens and her son never makes it to Baltimore, and Gail enters the darkest period of her life. But again, rewind, sorry. Gail must have affected me more than I knew. Maybe after this I'll write her memoir. But for now, I came to tell you the story and I'll get back to it. Pretend you hear the sound of a VHS tape rewinding. Gail, a young, bubbly, high-dollar escort, the only hooker with a raised hand after her pimp Travis asks if there's any recent drug use. She was clean for 3 months. Travis takes Gail out and dresses her in the nicest things, gets her hair and nails done, a new pair of heels for her client that night. She's told that he's an international visitor from Europe, that he insists on his escorts being narcotic-free. She'd be meeting him in a suite at the top of the Flamingo. When the elevator doors opened up, Gail saw 2 security guards standing outside the door. Apparently, they were almost as tall as the door they were guarding. From the way their clothing hung, it was clear they weren't adorned with bulging muscles, like the regular goons Gail was used to seeing. But the 2 men standing there were equally menacing in their own right. Both wore matching black suits, dark circular sunglasses, and bowler hats. Neither of the men say a word to her as she exits the elevator. They stay completely silent as Gail's frisked, and every pocket and crevice she has is checked. Then, one security guard beeped the walkie-talkie on his shoulder twice, and the suite doors opened up. Gail's seen close to every penthouse suite, rooftop, mansion, golf course, luxury Las Vegas can offer. It wasn't the suite that had her stumbling on her heels when she walked inside the double doors. In the living room area, the couch had been slid up against the wall, and the large, thick rug that was usually under the couch was rolled up in the corner as well. Where the rug should be is now 4 big blue plastic tarps taped together, covering the living room floor up to the walls. Directly in the middle of the tarp is a hospital bed and an IV and other tubes hooked up to a medical device. The sight made her stop. She wasn't but a few steps into the door, but then she tried to backpedal. She bumped into her client. Gail jumps away in fright, landing onto the blue tarp. The man that was standing behind her walls forward from the dark entryway to better reveal himself under the small chandelier that had decorated the living room. In a thick German accent, he apologized for the scare and introduces himself as Elijah. Being on the floor for her first sight of this man, she describes him from the ground up. He's dressed nicely. He wore expensive loafers under black business pants and a dark cardigan. He was handsome, looked to be in his 40s. He wore the same dark circular sunglasses as his security did. He extends a hand to help Gail up. She accepts his gesture, and the blue tarp loudly crinkles as she stands. The first thing Gail asked Elijah is, "Are you going to murder me?" To her relief, he says no. Her next question is if the doctor setup was a kink and if she's playing the nurse or patient. Elijah casted her as the patient in their little scenario they'd be playing that night. Gail's ushered to the gurney, and she approaches it with noticeable hesitation, but hops on. Elijah's quiet as he straps her arms down. Gail thinks it's weird his face hasn't changed expressions during this. He wasn't getting turned on by what was happening. His lack of enthusiasm started making her feel a little self-conscious. As crazy as this was, she would have much preferred a psychopath that was actually, into it. Elijah looked uninterested in Gail and mainly focused on plugging in medical equipment, tapping IV drips. Along with her arms and legs, her forehead was also strapped down tightly to the gurney bed. In situations like these, Gail was taught to never make the client feel bad and just be cool, unless it's a do-or-die situation. So Gail just smiles and says that she's just hoping that whatever he plans on them doing, they get it over quick. With her head strapped in, Gail's line of vision is basically straight up into the chandelier. She can hear Elijah quietly walking around her. Beside her, a bag is unzipped. Then, Elijah appears over her with a syringe. Seeing this in his hand, Gail starts sweating. She tries to hide the tremble in her voice as she lets out a playful laugh and asks, "What's the big needle for, Doc?" Elijah responds and finally tells her what exactly he had planned for the night. He tells Gail that the needles are to extract blood from the jugular vein in her neck. Tears grew in her eyes. Gail knew that she was completely helpless. "Why?" she asks. Elijah tells her, no more talking. It will wiggle the needle once it's in her throat. Then a poke of pain radiates into Gail's neck and down her shoulder. She can feel the needles gone under her skin, jabbed into her neck with lightning accuracy. A scream builds up in her chest, but Gail knows if she screams, the needle could possibly go deeper into her neck and do more damage. She didn't know what she was hooked up to. All she could see was the chandelier above her. A machine near her head starts beeping and buzzing. Gail can feel the blood being pulled from her veins. Her shoulder muscles begin to ache. Soon she starts to feel overwhelmingly woozy. Gail tells Elijah, "You're taking too much blood. Please, I think I'm dying." In her blurry vision, she can see Elijah appear over her again. He tells her she's not dying. He's not taking all of her blood. Through her growing headache, Gail can barely manage the pain. The straps make it impossible to squirm, and she's grinding her teeth until one of her molars breaks in her mouth. Eventually, it's all too much, and Gail blacks out. When she wakes up, her setting is completely different from what she remembered. She's disoriented, especially when she finds herself in a real bed this time, still in the suite at the Flamingo, now awake, lying in the bedroom. Gail was weak from the loss of blood, and she was shocked to see only an hour had passed since she'd arrived. Elijah was standing underneath the doorframe of the room, staring at Gail, waiting for her to wake up. Under the covers, she pats her body. Aside from her shoes being removed, she was fully clothed. The bed was comfortable and clean. Elijah, seeing that she's up, quickly leaves the doorway and returns with a platter in his hands. He tells Gail, "You're going to like this." The fog wears off and reality sets back in. Where she is, what's going on. Again, it brings her to tears. When Elijah approaches the bed with the platter, she can hear metal sliding around, echoing in the dome container. He sets the platter on her lap, removes the lid to show a plate with 3 large chocolate chip and banana pancakes. The metal that she heard clinking around was a fork and knife. Gail says that they were the best pancakes she's ever had. Elijah leaves her to eat alone in the bedroom. When she's done, Gail gets out of bed, still weak, but able to stand on her own without holding a wall. As Gail exits the bedroom, Elijah's nowhere to be found. She doesn't look around for him. Instead, she runs through the living room, avoiding the gurney and medical equipment that's still set up. When Gail gets to the entryway, she grabs her purse and runs out the suite doors. She didn't turn around until she reached the elevator, and when she did look to see if anyone was after her, she saw that the security guards were also vacant from the hallway. The elevator doors closed. Next time they opened was in the lobby of the Flamingo. As the doors slid aside, she was met with the noise and chatter of the gaming floor. She tried to walk with as much composure as she had, as to receive the least amount of attention as possible. There were no mirrors in the bedroom. She had no clue what her appearance was like as she re-entered the public. Getting outside, she hurried to the parking lot where her ride was waiting. When she got in, she locked the doors and broke down in tears again. The men in the car asked what happened, preparing to go back up there. Gail tells them everything that happened, including the pancakes. One of the men still thinks that Elijah needs to be threatened, but Travis, who's sitting next to Gail in the back seat, tells the men to shut up. Then he tells the other man to drive. During the drive home, Gail feels a hole in her neck. It's tender to the touch. She asks Travis who those people were at the Flamingo, showing him the puncture wound. Everyone's quiet in the truck as they listened for Travis to answer. He'd been the point of contact for this arrangement. Travis inhaled. He knew in the truck with him were 3 of his closest confidants. Not to sound crude, but to use proper terminology when I say Gail was Travis's bottom bitch, his main girl. He owed it to her to tell the truth. Travis starts by explaining how he met the German client selling guns. Elijah contacted him later, telling Travis that he was coming to the States for a few days to personally pick up the guns, along with a leisure visit to gamble. He then makes one more request of Travis before disconnecting the call, asking Travis if any of his escorts have clean blood and that he'll pay high dollar for one. Needless to say, Travis is a bit taken aback by the question. Elijah can sense it on the phone, and he quickly follows it up by saying, "I'm not going to kill the girl. I'm not a sadist. Warm blood is a refreshing change from the sealed packs they bring while traveling." The man in the front passenger seat asks, "What does that mean?" And Travis says, "Elijah drinks the blood." Gail asks why, and he says he doesn't know. All he knows is that he was paying over $1,000 for a pint of her blood, He looks at Gail, and trying to be sweet, he says, "I didn't know anything else other than you were going to be okay in the end, and that's what's the most important part." Sure, Travis, sure. Well, fast forward to the present or later. A month after the Flamingo, Gail relapses, gets picked up by the cops, turns informant, and sends a couple members of the biker gang to jail. And then she moves to where she is now, far, far away from Las Vegas. I grew up in the 90s, and my dad was a single parent who worked on an oil rig. Whenever he was gone on a hitch, I would be left with my Aunt Phyllis, who was the manager of our local mall. Her office had a small TV and VCR, which I sat in front of for 40 hours a week. When I got a little older, most of my time was spent in the game room. It was always like a second home, a safe place. I was happy there. As a teenager, my friends and I would leave our bags in my aunt's office while we saw a movie next door. One day, we returned right as Phyllis was leaving, and I had to use the bathroom. She was in a hurry and told us to lock the doors when we left. My friend Kaylee joked that we should stay hidden in her office until closing and spend the night in the mall. Our other friend, Lexi, thought it was a great idea, and I was never great with peer pressure. You know that movie, Home is Where the Heart Is? The one where Natalie Portman gets knocked up and lives in a Walmart? Yeah, that's why they wanted to stay there. Anywho, we called our parents and said that we were staying with someone else, locked up, and stayed quiet. The security guard rattled the door as he walked by, but that was it. We waited an hour after closing just to be sure everyone was gone. The stores were all locked up, but we had the run of everything else, including the giant jungle playhouse that was usually overrun with kids. We were climbing to the top of the slide when Kaylee screamed and pulled Lexi and I below the side rails. "Someone's still in here," she whispered. By then, we had been in there for over a half an hour, and we were being pretty loud, and it wasn't that big of a mall. If someone was still inside, they knew we were there. I stood up to speak with whoever she saw, but no one was there. It didn't make sense that one of the janitors would run from 3 16-year-old girls. We got worried that they might have preferred waiting for the police and decided to leave. But all of the doors were locked, a problem we didn't foresee because we were stupid teenagers. There was an exit through the back of my aunt's office, but a solid 12-foot gate blocked our way out of the alley. The longer we stood around trying to think of a way out, the more we began to realize that no police were coming. If no cops were called, then why hadn't we been confronted? And then that begged the question, had Kaylee even seen a real person? Or had she freaked out over a mannequin in a window? Finally, we decided to go back inside to check. It was past midnight, and there was no reason for anyone to still be hanging around. By this point, Lexi and I were positive Kaylee imagined it, but Kaylee insisted she saw someone turn the corner. A lap around the mall only confirmed our theory, but it did nothing to sway Kaylee's conviction. We returned to the playhouse where we settled in to wait for morning and eventually dozed off. It was about 2:30 when the playhouse started to creak and groan under the weight of someone new. I woke up seconds before the others to see the horrifying toothless grin of a tweaked-out homeless man through one of the bubble windows. I screamed. He screamed. Kaylee and Lexi screamed. And we all continued screaming as we scrambled out of the playhouse. As we ran away, the man chased us, yelling about how he told us rotten boys to stay out of his house. When I had a chance to look back, he was brandishing a large hunting knife and swearing to leave our heads on spikes. Though, in his next breath, he vowed to leave our hanging bodies on display. Either way, we weren't going to stop to see his preference. We wanted to barricade ourselves into my aunt's office, but the only way to get a barrier between us and the crazy man was to hide in the restrooms. We managed to get the door shut behind us when the crazy guy crashed into it with a loud bang. The force pushed all three of us back, but we managed to hold it against his assault. There were a series of terrible noises as he repeatedly stabbed and slashed at the heavy wooden door. We threw all of our weight against it, just hoping he would tire first. There was nothing we could move and nothing heavy enough to barricade, so our stamina was the only thing keeping us alive. It's amazing how fast the police turn into allies when your life is truly in danger. A few hours ago, we were simply the enemy, but now we couldn't dial 911 fast enough. I didn't care if I'd be grounded for 6 months. I just wanted to get the hell out of that mall. Luckily, Lexi had her phone. The operator was calm and comforting. He accepted our situation with no questions about how or why we were locked in the mall. Any doubts about the validity of our claims were put to rest by my friend's blood-curdling screams, and also by the psycho's promises to show us our intestines before we die. This guy was nothing if not a Rolodex of murder methods. He threatened to burn the mall down with us inside and about 100 other things while the operator listened and encouraged us to keep holding the door. At one point, it swung open enough for him to get the knife inside, and there was a sickening crack as the door slammed back onto it. Then, it was his turn to scream. Combined with the sound of his knife clattering to the floor, this provided a moment of euphoric relief, but it was short-lived. He began running and throwing his entire body into the door. If he wasn't so high out of his mind to notice, he probably could have gotten in with how far it opened with each impact, but we were very lucky that night, all things considered. It only took 5 minutes for the police to arrive, but those minutes felt like hours, and our bodies were jello by the end. The cops chased the crazy guy back to his playhouse, where they subdued him with minimal effort. They said he was a homeless man that had been in and out of prison since he was our age. Apparently, he too had the brilliant idea to live in the mall, only he wasn't playing pretend like we were. Needless to say, we were all grounded for lengthy periods of time, but at least my aunt thought it was funny. I was worried she would be upset with me, but she believed almost getting murdered was punishment enough, and she was positive I would never pull that stunt again. And she was absolutely right. So my dad's a cop as well as my cousin, and they've both told me some pretty terrifying stories over the years. My dad also worked security at a haunted hotel before he became a cop, and we live on an Indian reservation where paranormal stuff seems to happen way more often than it should. I'll try to break these down into separate stories, but fair warning, some of this still freaks me out to this day. The woman at the Fairmont in Ottawa. Before he became a cop, my dad worked security at the Fairmont Chateau in Ottawa. If you don't know, the place is rumored to be haunted, and according to my dad, that rumor is 100% true. One night during his shift, he was doing rounds through a section of the hotel that was supposed to be empty. No guests, no staff, just dark hallways and locked rooms. It was around 3 a.m., of course it was, and he turned a corner. He saw a woman walking ahead of him. She was dressed in early 1900s attire, a long, flowing dress, walking at a steady pace away from him. At first, he assumed she was a lost guest. "Ma'am, this floor is off limits," he called out. No response. He picked up his pace, following after her, but just as he was about to reach her, she turned the corner. My dad immediately followed, but when he turned the corner, the hallway was empty. There was nowhere for her to have gone. No open doors, no stairwell, nothing. He searched the floor, checked every room, which were all still locked, and there was no sign of her. He swears that she vanished into thin air. The police station is definitely haunted. Now let's talk about the precinct my dad works at. According to him, 95% of the cops that work there believe it's haunted. The ones who don't, the rookies who haven't experienced it yet. The activity is pretty intense. Things move on their own. Cabinet doors swing open. Objects get shoved off desks. Chairs start spinning on their own. Doors slam shut with no one around. But the worst part, the shadow figure. Cops have seen a tall black mass with glowing red eyes standing at the end of hallways or at the bottom of stairwells. And it's not just the officers who see it. The criminals do too. They have security footage of people in the holding cells freaking out, staring at something just off camera, looking absolutely terrified. Some prisoners have refused to stay in their cells, claiming that something is in there with them. One guy told my dad, "This place is haunted, man." To which my dad just shrugged and said, "Yeah, it is." None of the cops like to be alone in the station anymore, because that's when the shadow figure likes to show itself. The demonic phone call. One of our close family friends had her own terrifying experience with whatever haunts the police station. She was at home when she got a call from a number she didn't recognize. When she looked at the screen, the number was 666 666 6666. She didn't answer. Just sat there staring at it, waiting for it to stop ringing. 5 minutes later, she got another call, this time from a friend of hers who's a cop. Her friend was panicked. "We need to do something about this thing. Let's smudge the precinct." At that point, she understood. Whatever was haunting the station knew that they were about to try to get rid of it. It was fighting back. The next day, they went to the police station to perform a cleansing ritual. They smudged the entire building, but the entity did not go quietly. It got angry. Doors slammed. The air was thick, making it hard to breathe. When they reached the holding cells, the lights went out. The sage kept trying to go out. And then, the shell holding the sage cracked in half. That's a bad sign. They knew they had to leave fast. They buried the shell outside, but the haunting never stopped. Later, they realized that they'd made a mistake. They didn't clear the building properly. They'd moved sporadically, instead of sweeping the spirit out through the front door. Now, the entity was stronger than ever. The thing in the woods. My cousin, who's also a cop, once saw something massive outside of the school in our town. The school's in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by dense forest. One night while patrolling, he saw 2 huge figures walking near the tree line. He swears they weren't human, covered in fur, walking upright, and moved silently into the woods. He tried to report it, but the other cops just laughed it off. No one believes him, but I think that they're just pretending they don't. The highway cryptid. Another time, my dad responded to a call about a guy sitting on the side of the road. It was near the highway that runs through our town. Turns out the guy was a long-distance cyclist who had just pulled over to rest. But when my dad got there, the cyclist looked terrified. He told my dad that earlier, while biking along Route 117 in Quebec, he had stopped at the top of a hill, saw something crossing the highway. It was huge, covered in fur, but walking on 2 legs. The cyclist froze. He didn't want it to see him. He just crouched down and watched it disappear into the woods. He refused to keep going for a full 30 minutes. He told my dad, "I don't know what I saw, but I know it wasn't human." The thing that knocks. One woman in our town kept calling the police 3 nights in a row. She swore someone was knocking on every window of her house. It happened all at once, like a group of kids was playing a prank. But whenever the cops got there, nothing. No footprints, no one in sight. On the 3rd night, her neighbor came over, pale as a ghost. He asked, "Is this about the knocking?" The cop said, "Yeah. Did you see something?" The neighbor nodded. He'd stepped outside for a cigarette and saw a black figure standing at the woman's window, knocking. And then it ran, but not like a person. It circled the house 4 times, knocking on every window, too fast for any human. And then it stopped. It turned toward the neighbor, ran across the street, and hid behind a tree. For a moment, everything was silent, and then it peeked out from behind the tree, looking right at him. Its eyes glowed yellow, like a cat's, and then it smiled. So yeah, that's just some of the weird stuff that's happened around here. We live on an Indian reservation, and honestly, I feel like we see way more paranormal shit than normal places. And I don't think it's stopping anytime soon. My grandma and I lived on the 4th floor of a small apartment complex in an even smaller suburb of Lexington. When she and I used to fight, I'd always go up to the rooftop to cool down. There were people up there off and on. A few residents kept little rooftop gardens. But for the most part, I usually had the place to myself, especially when it started getting cold. I was probably 12 that winter. One night I was wandering around up there. The stairwell to the roof ends in a brick box with a door leading out. And right next to the ledge, on the ground, between that and the brick exterior wall of the stairwell, I found an unfinished hopscotch board drawn in chalk. The markings were barely visible, and some of the squares had dark stains like something had spilled over them. Still, when I looked at the faded chalk scratches with hopscotch in mind, the outline made sense. Who knew how many seasons this had been hiding up there? I'd never seen kids on the roof before. The apartments were basically an elderly community. I don't think anyone living there was under 65. Those misshapen squares that I'd stumbled on made me feel a weird, aching sort of hopeful. Like once, a long time ago, kids had existed around here, maybe even lived in our building. I was lonely then, and the relic reminded me of how desperate I was to have a friend. Like a nerd, I knelt down and rubbed my hand over a few of the squares like they were etchings. I thought that it could be a fun game to play by myself, and I knew that I had a few sticks of chalk in my room. It was just enough to finish the panels, but it was getting dark and I didn't want to get in more trouble, so I went inside for the night. A few days went by. With school and other stuff, I forgot about it for a little while. But the next time my grandmother started treating me poorly, I went up to the roof again. I took the stairs, and the closer I got to the top of the narrowed stairway, the more I heard the muffled sound of kids' voices. It sounded like they were right on the other side of the bricks. Along with their squeals and laughs, I heard the sound of pebbles bouncing off textured ground. Everything sounded vivid. There were at least 2 voices. My heart started racing with excitement. Were potential friends just outside these doors? Could they even be using the hopscotch board that I made? I practically leapt up the remaining stairs and opened the stairwell door that leads to the roof. At the same time, I saw a small rock skip by from around the corner. When I got around the brick barrier and looked down the narrow area where the pebble had been thrown from, 2 girls about my age were fighting. One was bigger than me and way bigger than the other. And she clearly had the upper hand. She was unleashing hell on the smaller girl, blow after blow with brutal force. It made my stomach turn. I screamed at the bigger girl to stop, but she ignored me. The smaller girl was collapsed on the ground, lying across some of the hopscotch squares. She was bleeding from her nose and mouth. The big girl stood over her, red-faced with rage, yelling and crying. For the first time, I got a good look at her, frantic, furious, and terrifying in how adult her fury seemed. I watched in panic until a dog barked from an open apartment window below and echoed off the bricks of the other units. The sound was loud and startling, and it snapped me out of whatever trance I'd been in. Up until that moment, I hadn't taken my eyes off the 2 girls. Suddenly, I registered that everything around me was completely quiet except for that single bark. What was happening in front of me felt unnaturally silent. I knew she was crying, but I couldn't hear it. It was disorienting. Even as the bigger girl lifted the smaller one, there was no scuffle of shoes on the ground, no labored breathing, nothing that matched the violence that I'd been watching. And then I watched the unthinkable. The bigger girl shoved the smaller girl's body over the roof's ledge. And that's when I tried to stop it. I didn't care if my ass got beat too. I couldn't let it happen. I ran at full speed at the big girl, bracing for impact. But I almost went flying over the ledge myself because there was nobody there. There was no longer a person to make contact with. I slammed my knee into the bricks and I felt the pain instantly. I looked over the ledge. There was nobody in the grass below. No body. I could only process that I just had a near-death experience, almost going over the roof myself. My knee swelled and quickly turned black and blue. It hurt like hell. I was alone on the roof. The quiet evening persisted because it never left in the first place. My grandma believed me when I told her. She didn't think that I was crazy and we didn't joke like that. Her solution was simple. Don't go to the roof ever again. I told her that was already my plan, and I stuck to it until our lease was up the next year. Have you ever felt the presence of evil? Not just the unsettling feeling of being watched, but something deeper, ancient, patient, and malicious. I have, and I'll never forget. It started out as a dare, an old abandoned farmhouse on the outskirts of town, swallowed by time and neglect. People often whispering about it, stories of disappearances, strange lights at night, and voices that carried through the wind. I didn't believe any of that, for the record, but the moment I laid eyes on the place, I knew something was wrong. The house loomed in the dying light, its paint long stripped away, leaving behind weathered wood like brittle bones. The windows, open, dark, and empty, as if the house itself was actually watching. The air felt heavier the closer we got to the house. It smelled like dust and damp rot, but beneath that, something else, something sour and metallic, like old blood. Getting inside wasn't easy. The front door was swollen with age and the hinges were rusted, and it took all three of us pushing to make it open. The moment we were inside, the temperature dropped. Not a little, a sudden, breath-stealing cold that settled into me. My skin prickled, and a weight pressed against my chest, like something I couldn't see was leaning in. Inside, it was like time had stopped. The furniture was still in place, dust-covered but untouched. A table set for dinner, plates and silverware laid out as if expecting guests that never came. A single chair knocked over. Near the door, a pair of black boots sat neatly beside a dusty old jacket. It was draped over the banister. The air reeked of age and that's something else. That something wrong. On the floor, brittle newspaper clippings were scattered, dating back to the 1930s and 40s. Some were yellowed. Others looked almost fresh. Too clean to have been sitting there for decades. My stomach was in knots. The headlines were bizarre. Local farmer vanishes without a trace. Wife claims the house took him. Another read, strange lights reported over old farmstead. No signs of entry, no signs of exit. The farther I read, the worse it got. Reports of disappearances, sudden madness, even stories of people turning up miles away with no memory of how they got there. The longer we stayed there, the more unbearable the feeling became. My gut was screaming for me to leave. Every instinct I had was literally clawing at me. All of this telling me that we weren't alone. My friends whispered to each other, their voices tight. It was like they felt it too, but didn't want to admit it. Then, a noise. It was a soft creak from upstairs. We all froze. The house was empty. It was supposed to be empty. But that sound, it was deliberate. A floorboard bending under weight, slow, purposeful. I turned to the others. We need to go. No one argued. We backed toward the front door, our movements careful and controlled. It was like we were prey trying not to startle a predator. I could feel something watching us just beyond sight. The moment my foot crossed to the outside, I felt the shift. The door slammed behind us. It was with a force that rattled the windows. We stood there, stunned, staring at the now closed door. The house loomed in silence, as if daring us to try again. But we didn't. We ran. I don't know what we disturbed that night, but I do know one thing. Evil is real. It's not always a person, not always something you can explain. Sometimes it's a place, and once you've felt it, you'll never forget. So I ask again, have you ever felt the presence of evil? Back in 2021, my husband and I were camping in Wyoming at the Boysen Reservoir. We got really lucky. We were able to book a beachfront site directly leading to the water, but the downside was that it was very, very far away from the other campsites. We were essentially isolated from everyone else. At the time, though, it sounded like a dream come true. The thing about Wyoming is that it's so desolate to the point where it's pitch black and eerily dead silent once the sun is gone. We set up our camp, enjoyed our fire, but shortly after that, a random SUV with blacked out windows came driving down our road and into our site. They drove towards us. My husband tried to wave at them in case they were lost and needed help, but instead they ignored us and drove down to the beach. Stayed there for about 5 minutes, turned around and went back up the way they came. We immediately got a bad vibe. My husband told me to throw everything in the car, and he kept shining the flashlight toward the beach because he had a feeling that they had dropped someone off to watch us. After we packed up, we got in the car and hauled ass. Lo and behold, the same car drove back into our campsite, and when they saw us leaving, they actually started to chase us. Mind you, the roads in Wyoming are bumpy and unkept, especially in the wilderness. On top of that, enormous wildlife that wanders in and out of the streets. My husband said, "I have to go fast. Are you okay with that?" And I said, "Just go and get us out of here." We were easily going over 80 miles an hour down these windy roads and even through a canyon. They were on our tail for about 10 minutes until we lost them after passing through the canyon. Most terrifying experience of our lives. We think about it to this day, wonder what could have happened if we didn't listen to our gut at that moment. A few weeks ago, I wrote about an experience I had while teaching music at a school that I was working at. A child in one of my classes had seen someone walking into the music room, whom I did not see. And later, I saw a child, which I later realized was a ghost, standing by the light switch. I have been to this school several times and wanted to do an update. The first time I went back since I saw the apparition, I was really nervous, and I had to relax because I knew that my imagination could start playing tricks on me. Once I got there, I was a lot more relaxed, and I just went with the flow of the day. Nothing out of the ordinary happened at first. Although I was walking down the hallway, I felt someone touch me in the middle of my back. It almost felt like a light, slight push. I thought it was a student, so I turned around, but no one was there. was the only thing that happened. The next time I went, I once again was worried about what would happen, but to my surprise, nothing occurred whatsoever, and I was actually able to just teach and enjoy the day with the students. Today I went back to this school, and to tell you the truth, I didn't think about ghosts at all. I have really been enjoying the students and staff, and it's become one of my favorite schools to teach at. Also, today we got hit with a really nasty snowstorm, so I was more worried about the roads being slick. Anyway, I got there with no problems, and during lunchtime I was enjoying a potato bar that was set up for the teachers. I was also talking with one of my staff about all the snow that we were getting and if the roads would be slick later on. As I was leaving the staff room and heading to the classroom, I thought to myself, I wish I could just teach here full time, and I swear, out of nowhere, I heard a child's voice as clear as day saying, "We don't have any full-time jobs here at the moment. Sorry." I turned around. The only person I saw was a little girl. She was looking straight up at me and then ran quickly into the bathroom. I don't know if she's the one who said it, but still, how did she read my mind? I'm not 100% sure if she was a real student or another apparition. She ran into the bathroom really fast as I made eye contact. Can ghosts read minds? Later, I was in the library talking to the librarian while kids were at recess. There were a few kids there checking out books, and then they headed back to go outside. As the librarian was showing me a project she was doing with the second graders, Christmas cards for soldiers serving in Iraq, I saw a little girl peeking out in between the computers. I just assumed that it was a kid who was still checking out books and had gotten on the computer card catalog. But when I looked again, no one was there. The only people in the library were me, the librarian, and her assistant. They were admiring the cards the second graders had made, so didn't see what I saw. I even said, "Where did the little girl go?" And the librarian answered, "The kids are all out at recess." The computers are in the middle of the library, so there's no way a child could have ran out the door without me seeing her. By the way, the library and the music room are on opposite sides of the building. The place where I felt the hand on my back and heard the voice in the hallway is nearest the library. Nothing else happened the rest of the day, and I didn't linger long after school because of the snowstorm. Anyway, I will be back at this school next week. It's on my regular route now, so I'll see if anything happens again. It is funny that one day where I completely didn't worry or even think about seeing ghosts is the day when I see them. Odd. I was a paramedic in the 90s. We had a park where violent crimes weren't exactly a rarity. We were going out there at least once a month, if not more. Most of the calls were roughed-up mugging victims, with a few stabbings. Gunshots were rare. One night we were told that someone called to report gunshots and screaming. We had to park behind the police while they cleared the scene. Eventually, dispatch sent us away. Nothing was found. We weren't back at the station for 20 minutes before the next call came in. Same deal, shots and screams. We waited behind the police cruisers, and again, they found nothing. But this time, I talked to one of my cop buddies before we left. She said that they didn't find traces of any activity, let alone a shooting. Even the canines turned up nothing. Both calls came from a payphone in the park, so someone had to have been there. This time, they were all leaving their patrol cars across the street, in view of the phones, to see if anyone returned. We stopped for food on the way to the station, and again, we got the same call a few minutes after getting back. Same deal, only with a bit more head-scratching. The third call also came from the payphone, and the officer on watch didn't see or hear a thing. He swore no one had been to that phone. To make things even weirder, A couple other cops showed up talking about a shooting that they got called there for a few weeks prior. A high school kid was cutting through the park. 2 guys had jumped him. He fought back and ended up getting shot. He was already dead when help arrived. That in itself wasn't too weird, but the call to 911 was. The caller said that there had been a shooting, and the shooters ran off. They even described what the guys were wearing. They stayed on the phone until police arrived, but then police never saw the caller. It was assumed that he ran off. Might have been the shooter himself. They tried to find him. When the victim's parents listened to the 911 recording, they swore that it was their son. No doubt in their mind. Several friends and family members went on to listen to it, and they all were equally as certain it was the victim. But that makes no sense. Why wouldn't he say that he was shot? That aside, it would have been impossible for him to call anyway. The bullet hit his heart. He would have died before he reached the phone. Now, here we were getting these ghost calls from another young male about another shooting. My whole crew was low-key spooked and ready to leave. We were all on edge back at the station, but we didn't get another call to the park that night. A couple of months went by, and a paramedic from the second shift called to tell me about a possible shooting at the park. He had the same story. They went 4 times that night. Each time was the same. He'd also heard about the boy who was killed and the ghost calls from my shift. There was just no explanation for it. I never really believed in ghosts, but this whole thing made me wonder. I guess I still wonder. It's a hard thing to believe if you're not naturally inclined towards such things. Later that year, I moved away with my fiancé, but I kept in touch with my old crew. On the anniversary of that kid's death, there were 3 more calls. Everyone knew the rumors by then, but they still had to go check it out. Once again, they found nothing and no one. And that was the last time I ever heard about it happening. I'm sure the payphone is long gone by now anyway. Whatever the explanation behind it, whether it's logical or supernatural or whatever word you want to use, I hope that boy is at peace. Nearly 20 years ago, my friends and I went camping in the backwoods of northern Michigan. The kind of camping where you pick an old dirt road and drive until civilization feels like a distant memory. We were miles and miles from anything. We'd been out there a few days, partying, enjoying the isolation. My friends decided to make a supply run to the nearest town. I stayed behind, figuring they'd be gone for a few hours. Alone, I passed the time drinking beers and starting the fire, enjoying the quiet. About an hour later, the silence was broken by the sound of tires crunching on gravel. A Jeep pulled in, kicking up a cloud of dust, and 3 guys climbed out. At first, they seemed friendly enough. They made small talk about the fire, the weather, the remoteness of the spot. But something about them felt off. Their smiles didn't reach their eyes. Their questions felt pointed. "You out here all by yourself?" one of them asked, glancing around the campsite. I didn't want to lie, but I didn't want to tell them that my friends were gone either. So I kept it vague. They'll be back soon," I said, trying to sound casual. The mood had shifted. They stopped pretending to make small talk and started poking around the campsite. One of them wandered over to the tents, flipping open the flaps without asking. "Got any weed?" he asked, half laughing. Another crouched by the cooler and rummaged through it like he owned the place. "What about cash? You guys bring cash out here?" I stayed seated by the fire, gripping my beer tighter. I wanted to tell them to leave, but I was alone, and there were 3 of them. Confronting them didn't seem like such a good idea. Then their tone turned confrontational. "Come on, man, what are you hiding? No one comes out here empty-handed," one said, stepping closer. The fire crackled between us, but I felt a cold weight settle in my chest. I knew I had to do something. Slowly, I stood up and walked to my tent. Their eyes followed me, sharp and calculating. I came back out with my .22 rifle. I didn't point it at them. I didn't say a word. I just sat back down by the fire with the rifle across my lap and stared at them. The mood changed again, but this time, it was fear on their faces. One of them laughed nervously, raising his hands. "Hey man, no need for that, we're just talking." They backed off, but as they climbed into their Jeep, one of them called out, "We'll be back later." The words sent a chill down my spine. As soon as they disappeared down the road, I started tearing down the campsite. I didn't wait for my friends to return. Every tent came down, every cooler and bag got packed. When my friends finally got back, they were confused to see everything packed up. I told them what happened, and their faces went pale. We didn't waste time. We loaded everything into the car, got out of there as fast as we could. I don't know if they really planned on coming back, but I wasn't about to stick around to find out. When you're a kid, the world is full of little hidden kingdoms. The crawl space under the porch, the woods behind the elementary school, the unfinished part of a neighbor's basement. For my friends and I, the best one was the space under the rickety aluminum bleachers at the town park. From the outside, it was just a set of benches overlooking a dusty baseball field. But underneath, it was a different world. It was a dusty, shaded cage where the light streamed through the open gaps, creating perfect bars on the ground. It always smelled like dry dirt, spilled soda, and a little bit of rust. It was our fort, our dungeon, our secret hideout. We'd spend hours under there, escaping the summer heat, telling ghost stories, and examining the lost treasures that we'd find. A forgotten baseball, a single rollerblade, a melted action figure. I must have been about 9 years old. It was a Tuesday in the middle of July, one of those scorching, boring afternoons where the air is thick and nothing is happening. My friends were all on vacation with their families, so I'd ridden my bike to the park alone, hoping to find someone to play with. The park was deserted. The only sound was the buzzing cicadas. After a while of doing whatever, I got bored. I decided to check for treasure under the bleachers. I ducked under the lowest bench and crawled into a cool, familiar darkness. The ground was littered with candy wrappers and popsicle sticks, as usual. But as my eyes adjusted, I saw something different. Way in the back, in the deepest, darkest corner where the bleachers met the concrete foundation, there was a neat little pile of things. It wasn't the usual random junk. This was a collection. There was a bright red kickball, a perfectly wound yo-yo, and a baseball glove that looked almost brand new. It was all arranged like a display in a store window. I thought, as a 9-year-old, jackpot. I'd never seen such good stuff back here. I started to crawl towards it, my knees getting dusty, and then I heard a voice. It wasn't loud. It was calm and soft. "See something you like?" I froze in a crawling position. The voice had come from the darkness right next to the pile. I squinted, and a shape slowly resolved itself out of the shadows. It was a man, sitting with his back against the concrete wall, his knees pulled up close to his chest. He was wearing a plain gray t-shirt and jeans. He looked totally normal, like somebody's dad, except for the fact that he was sitting in the dirt under the bleachers in the middle of a weekday. He smiled, and it wasn't a scary smile. It was a friendly one. "It's my collection," he said, his voice still quiet. "I find things people lose. I like to keep them safe." My 9-year-old brain was trying to figure out the situation. I knew about stranger danger, of course, but that was always a guy in a van offering you candy. This was different. This was my place. He was the one who didn't belong. I didn't say anything. I just stared. "That's a good glove, isn't it?" he said, nodding toward the baseball glove. Hardly used. I bet you play, don't you? You look like a ball player. I just nodded, my mouth suddenly dry. The muffled sound of a car driving down the street outside the park seemed a million miles away. Under here, it was just me and him, and the cicadas buzzing in the background. You can have it if you want, he said, his smile widening a little. I'd like you to have it. I just need you to do me a small favor first. I stayed perfectly still. My back is a little stiff from sitting on this ground, he whispered, his voice becoming even softer. It's hard for me to reach. Could you just come a little closer and hand me that red ball right next to you? He hadn't moved a muscle. He was still sitting there, smiling his pleasant, normal smile. But every instinct in my body went off like a fire alarm. It was the way his eyes never left my face. It was the way that he was sitting so far back in the darkest part of the shade. It was the realization that he'd been waiting there, in silence, long before I ever showed up. He'd arranged his trap and was just waiting for a kid to wander into it. I didn't answer. I didn't even say no. I just scrambled backwards, kicking up dust, my heart hammering as I did. I crab walked as fast as I could until I was clear of the lowest bench. Then I got to my feet and ran. I ran and didn't look back. I ran past the empty swings across the baked grass to my bike. And I still didn't stop until I was pedaling my bike so hard the chain was rattling. I never told my parents. I was afraid that I'd get in trouble for being at the park alone. I never went under those bleachers again either. For the rest of the summer, every time I rode my bike past the park, I'd look over at them, feel a cold knot in my stomach. I'd imagine him sitting there in the dark and smiling, waiting. I don't know what would have happened if I'd crawled a few feet closer, but I'm glad I never found out. A bit of background. When my wife was young, her parents and siblings lived with one set of her grandparents. Her grandfather was murdered in the home. It happened in his bedroom upstairs. The room was primarily used as storage for the next 20-plus years. Her parents tried to sell the house multiple times, but living in a small town, everyone knew, and the house wouldn't sell. So they stayed. Years later, and while my wife and I were engaged, there was a murder trial which I attended in support of her family. I saw the crime scene photos. Important later. Another few years later, we had 2 kids. The oldest was 6 at the time. My wife's family does not like to talk about the murder, and our kids don't know about the murder to this day. My father-in-law decided that he wanted the room where the murder happened to be a hangout for the grandkids when the family was in town. He put sleeping bags and a TV in the room ahead of the holiday days-long get-together. We didn't like it, but we stayed silent since the murder was a sore subject. My father-in-law also wanted all the grandkids to sleep together in that room. We were the first to arrive, and my son went into the room alone. He usually couldn't sit still long at that age, so after a couple of hours, I decided to check on him. And here's our conversation. During the whole conversation, he was still and rigid and would not look away from the TV. Hey, buddy, is everything okay up here? Yeah. Okay, have fun. Daddy, do I have to sleep in here? I don't want to. Why not? I'm not alone. Every hair on my body stood up. Well, yeah, I'm here with you, buddy. No, there's someone in here with us. Are they nice? Mean? A grown-up? A kid? A grown-up. What are they doing right now? They're watching you. You never said anything like this at your grandparents' house before, and you've been here a lot. They don't leave this room, and I've never been in here before. Where are they now? Without looking away from the TV, he points to the far corner where his great-grandfather was murdered, and he said, "They're standing over there. They don't move much." "Okay, buddy, you don't have to stay in here." And he left the room with me. Last January, I was between jobs and had just recently had a daughter who was at the time about 5 months old. My husband had been working through my pregnancy but lost his job. We were living at my mom's house. I have an education in psychology and some experience as a counselor, so I was looking for the best I could get. But the best I could find right away was a job working as a paraprofessional in a special education department of an elementary school in a nearby suburb. The position was unique to COVID times, being that they needed someone to just sit around the computer room while kids did speech therapy over Zoom. Don't get me started on how terrible virtual speech therapy is, but anyway, my job was to just walk around the school, back and forth between the classrooms and the computer room, picking up kids, taking them to the Zoom room, sitting there for 30 minutes to an hour, depending on the kid, taking them back, picking up the next batch. I was overqualified, we'll say. Some days of the week were scheduled tightly, and other days of the week I routinely had just 2 appointments. The school was a ginormous horseshoe shape, housing 700 elementary school children. I was located all the way at the far back of one side in the pre-K wing. It could take 15 minutes to walk all the way across the building and back when the kids I was picking up were in the older grades. Every day I would make this walk. In the middle of the school, across from the front office, I would always notice and try to ignore this strange rag doll. It was made with construction paper over its face and showcased in a display case. No bad vibes from it, but it just seemed out of place and random. It was there the entire 5 months I worked there, never changing or having added to its case. Onward, weird things happened in the computer room where I worked. The doors in the school use a key to lock from both the inside and outside. The doors do not lock automatically. You absolutely 100% have to manually lock them with a key. We are technically supposed to lock rooms when we leave them empty throughout the day, but no one ever did. So I just left my door unlocked when I went to get the kids. I would go to get a kid in pre-K, so they'd be literally 2 classrooms away, less than a minute to pick them up. My door would be locked by the time I returned. Sometimes I'd be gone longer, but sometimes that's all it would take, 60 seconds. I messed around with this door in my free time, trying to figure out why or how it was locking. And the only conclusion that I could come up with was that someone was manually locking it when I was gone. I asked the janitor that was always around. He said no. I asked if it could lock itself. He said no. So, I came to the conclusion that someone was fucking with me, trying to teach me a lesson for not locking my door or something, passive-aggressively. Well, I don't play that. So I texted my boss, the vice principal, asked to come talk to her when she had time. I explained the situation to her. She said she was sure that no one would do something like that, but she would have maintenance look at the door, and that was the end of it. I come back after the weekend, the door is broken, like off the kilter of its hinges, so it won't shut all the way at all. Guess locking on its own won't be a problem anymore. That school didn't have security cameras in the halls. I wonder if they had any video of me pushing the doorknob down to check that it was unlocked before walking off, returning, and it being locked. Anyway, after that, there was a day where I went to get a kid out of his classroom in the pre-K wing by my office, but they switched the schedule up that day, so the class wasn't in there. I shrugged it off, went to pick up the other kid that also sat in there for this block, then came back. There was another paraprofessional watching her own kids in the playroom nearby, so I asked her if she knew where the other class would be right now. She said she didn't know, but that she thought that she'd seen a kid run in there. Might have been going to use the bathroom. I said okay, went back into the empty classroom. I have the other little kid with me at this point, and there's a bathroom in the back of the class, but it's open. I walk over there, confused, check the room, even look behind the door. There's no kid. I shrug my shoulders at the other little one and begin walking back towards the exit of the room. The bathroom door slams shut behind me. The other little kid jumped out of his skin. I tried to remain calm. The other paraprofessional nearby sees us out in the hallway, peering into the empty classroom, presumably looking very puzzled and freaked out. She asked if the kid was in there. No, but the door slammed behind me when I was walking out. I trailed off, looking down at the kiddo with me, who's looking back up at me with his eyes wide as ever. Probably just the wind, I say. The other para kind of looks at me crazy but shrugs it off, keeps about her business. The kid I was with, I shit you not, whispers, "It was a ghost." And of course I say, No, I'm sure it was just because I messed with the door. You know, the obvious. So, incident blown off. A couple weeks pass by, and I'm in the empty computer room working on art for the walls. It's Wednesday, so it's an early day for pre-K, and all the littles have gone home while the real teachers are in a staff meeting. Someone knocks at my office door. Mind you, the door no longer shuts all the way, so I figure that they don't want to barge in. I get up from my desk 5 feet away and open the door. No one's there. I look down the hallway. No one's there. I go sit back down, more annoyed than anything, and it happens again. At this point, I'm kind of fed up. I do practice witchcraft and have been doing so seriously for more than 16 years, but I have no mediumship abilities or anything like that. I don't deal with ghosts and spirits in my practice, but that's the reason I'm not scared at this point. I ask the janitor if the place is haunted. Man, this guy doesn't skip a beat when he says, "Oh yeah, Rodney." Rodney? Yeah, they say a little boy died here. They named the doll across the office after him. What the fuck? I asked my supervisor about it and she says, "Oh yeah, they told you about Rodney, huh?" I'm like, yeah, well, that could have been in your ad. Okay, so at this point I've become acquaintances with the school librarian. I ask her about what's going on as well. She says all kinds of people have weird experiences. Night janitors have had things move on their own. One time, the top principal had an alarm go off, showing that someone was down in the basement at 3 a.m. But none of the outside doors had gone off. I guess another time was over spring break. The doll across from the office got ripped up in the display case. His head was laying on the ground, which is why he had a construction paper head now. There were no staff or students around when that happened. Another staff member never believed in ghosts until she saw a little boy run into a classroom and disappear. I guess that's about the extent of things that happened to me there, but I became fascinated. Some staff knew of the ghost, some had never heard anything. Mostly staff who worked on my side of the building had experiences. The other side of the building seemed like a whole other world, totally normal, no ghosts over there. I became the weird ghost girl, I'm sure, always asking people if they'd seen anything. I am not the person to pretend like something's going on, so as to not stir the pot. Of course, I never let the kiddos hear me talking about it. No one other than the janitor seemed to have heard of anyone dying at the school, but people who had heard of the ghost or had experiences did have theories. One day I asked a paraprofessional from another school in the district because at a meeting she mentioned that she herself attended the elementary school where I worked. She didn't know anything about a ghost, but she did say that while she attended, a boy died at school, in the wing where I worked. He had the flu, and his heart gave out. It's actually a very sad story. She could corroborate. She said that they hung drawings of his up in the hallway to commemorate him. Sure enough, among the plaques, there's a framed picture of a swimming hole in a mountain in memory of Ernie, not Rodney. I found a much, much better job, and I quit during summer vacation. But I did tell Ernie, in the silence of the computer room in the last week of school, that if he wanted, he could cross over, and that he didn't have to be stuck at the school. I even had a sacred place out in the country where I believe the veil is thin and that he's welcome to come there with me. Like I said, no psychic abilities here, so no idea if he got the message. But I did drive out there on the last day and put a birdhouse out for Ernie. I hope he's doing well. I worked at one of the last booth homes for pregnant girls in the early 2000s. Lots of dead babies and some dead moms in the history of that campus. We had any number of creepy things happen, to the point that I brought it up in a staff meeting, and the social workers just said, "Oh, must be time to have the building blessed again." But what struck me was the baby swing. I came into the living room and found it swinging by itself, hours after all the teenagers were in bed. Now, this was an ancient mechanical wind-up swing. You had to turn a crank to start it. There was no electricity involved. There was no way it just started on its own. And there it was, swinging full force. I was completely terrified, but I just said, "If you want to swing, I'll be happy to wind up the swing for you. But when you do it on your own, it frightens people." Every night for the rest of the year or so that I worked there, I wound up that swing and let it go. I told other staff members, and I believe they did the same. I like to think it was a sweet baby ghost who just wanted attention, and we gave it attention. Later, they closed the program for parenting teens and made the whole place a homeless shelter. Now I'm sitting here worrying about my ghost baby. Is it lonely? I hope not. A few years ago, I lived in this massive old mansion that had been converted into apartments. Over 100 years old, creaky floors, drafty windows, the kind of place that definitely had character. My roommate and I shared the top floor, which had attic access with a private back entrance, a set of rickety stairs leading up to our kitchen door. The place had its quirks for sure, but we liked it. One night, I was curled up on the couch with my boyfriend watching a movie. It was late, but not too late. The house was otherwise quiet, just the occasional groan of old wood settling. My phone buzzed. It was my roommate. "Hey, bringing a date home. Cool if we use the big TV?" I told him sure, no problem, and my boyfriend and I moved into the bedroom to finish our movie. No big deal. A little while later, we heard heavy footsteps coming up the back stairs. Slow, deliberate, each one landing hard on the wooden steps. Then the kitchen door creaked open. The door that always squeaked, no matter how careful you were. It shut with a familiar thud. Footsteps moved across the kitchen, past my bedroom door, and down the hallway toward the living room. I didn't think much of it at first. My roommate had said he was coming home, right? We kept watching our movie, letting the sound fade into the background. Eventually, my boyfriend left, and I settled in for the night. And that's when something started nagging at me. A slow, creeping realization. The apartment was too quiet. No muffled conversation, no sounds from the living room, no movement at all. Something told me to call my roommate. "Hey, were you guys being super quiet or..." "What? We just got to Blockbuster. We're picking out a movie and then heading home." His response literally sent a chill down my spine. I didn't have anything to say at first, just sat there, staring at my bedroom door, feeling my stomach drop. Someone had walked through my apartment. Someone had come up those stairs, opened the door, and walked right past. Without thinking, I called my boyfriend. I'm staying at your place. I didn't even pack a bag. I just grabbed my keys and left. To this day, I have no idea who or what was in that apartment with us. I was born in Port Elizabeth, South Africa, and lived with my mom and siblings in Holland Park until the age of 8. We were all enrolled in the local primary school around the corner from our house. The school had those temporary classrooms back in 1989 when I was in grade 1. One evening after a function at the school, I walked past one of the temporary classrooms with 2 friends. We heard a strange noise coming from the room, sounding like a chair being scraped across the floor. Looking in through the window, I distinctly remember seeing a very small, green man, looking almost like a toddler, with very long arms, jumping to and fro on the tables, scraping his nails on the floor as he went. I can remember feeling cold all over and simply turning and running, with my friends following behind. I'm now almost 37 years old and still remember this clearly. I have no idea what it could have been, though. If there is a logical explanation, I cannot think of what it might be. I've been thinking lately that it may have been some kind of Takalashi creature, or something along those lines. But what would it be doing in a classroom? Well, that's beyond me. I have had other mildly frightening experiences, such as hearing the back door of our house open while in another room. When I went to look, the door was locked. Other than these experiences, I don't think I've had contact with anything supernatural. But I do think this was supernatural. Any comments or insights on the little green man would be appreciated, if only to try and solve the mystery once and for all. When I was 9 years old in 1970, I attended George Washington Elementary in Corona, California, for 1 semester. It was an ordinary school, or at least that's what I thought at first. One day, I came down with a fever and ended up in the nurse's office, along with 2 other girls who were also sick. The nurse, busy taking our temperatures, told us we'd have to go home and stay out of school for a couple of weeks. She didn't say much more, just that our parents would explain everything when they picked us up. As we sat there in that small, sterile room, a strange, heavy silence seemed to settle over all of us. The nurse turned to the counter where a tall glass jar filled with thermometers rested next to the sink. She was in the middle of talking when it happened. The jar began to move. Slowly at first, then faster. It slid across the counter, as though being pulled by an unseen hand. And then, with a sharp crash, it tipped over the edge and shattered in the sink. The 3 of us froze, too stunned to speak. The nurse's face went pale, her cheerful professionalism replaced by a visible unease. "Okay," she said quickly, her voice tight. "Let's move to the front office. Your parents will be here soon." As we filed out, I heard her whisper to the office secretary. It happened again, this time in the nurse's room. What did she mean by again? I actually let it go relatively easy for a child. I just sat quietly in the office, staring at the clock on the wall, listening to the sounds around me, just waiting to get picked up. Later that day, I told my grandma what had happened. I thought she'd be a little surprised, but she just laughed and said, "That's nothing. I mean, it's no different than the old house we just moved out of." I realized then that I'd grown up thinking that ghosts and strange occurrences were kind of normal. Our old house had its own stories. Things moved, footsteps in empty rooms, but none of it had really frightened me. It was just a part of life. I was surprised, however, to see it at school. I didn't stay at George Washington Elementary for long, and nothing else happened while I was there, at least that I saw. More so than the jar itself, I'll always remember the nurse's voice and the look she had on her face. Her words make me wonder, what else did happen at that school? What exactly was she so afraid of? The whole panic in the woods phenomenon is pretty scary in itself. I don't work in forests, but there's some land that's been in my family for generations. It's in the middle of nowhere, super rocky, pretty much just solid woods. Not useful for stuff like building a house out there or starting a farm or anything. One family member lives in a trailer out there, but we mostly just use it for hunting purposes. But since it's been in my family forever, everyone is super familiar with it and is pretty comfortable out there. My dad hunts out there all the time, without anything creepy happening. But one time, he said he was in his tree stand out there, and suddenly, he felt like something was watching him. He didn't know what it was, but he didn't like it. He didn't even bother to gather his things before he fled the deer stand, because he was so freaked out. He just grabbed his rifle and ran back to his truck. He moved his deer stand and no longer hunts in that portion of the woods. It was just so weird because those woods are like a second home to my dad, and he's never scared out there. I have several stories that I would consider paranormal from when I worked as a mortuary transport tech. The job was basically transporting the deceased from where they were to where they needed to go. Turns out dead people can have a lot of appointments. One time, though, I had an experience I've never forgotten. I was dropping someone off at the science donation place. This is where you donate your body to science and they take it from there. So I wheeled the deceased, unlocked the freezer, did all of my stuff that I had to do in there. I placed him on the board, got the lift out, and placed him on the shelf. The interesting thing about the freezer was that most everything, once it's processed, was wrapped in this blue tape type thing, and you could definitely tell what was inside. Legs, hands, feet, etc. Kind of interesting to me at the time. Anyway, I shut the freezer and I locked it back up. While wheeling the gurney back over to the garage door, the science drop-off and processing area was a big L shape, with the freezer off to the large, long portion. And then you turn the corner, there's desks, filing cabinets, whatnot. I about had a heart attack as I turned the corner, and there was just this guy standing there, examining files in the file cabinet. Looked just like you or me, dressed modernly, but out of place for what people normally wear back there. I stopped and said that he'd have to forgive me, but he almost gave me a heart attack. It didn't look like he heard me at all, or even knew I was there. I should mention that this was also at about 1 a.m. I'd never seen anyone at that place this late. So I said, "Well, sorry if I startled you or anything," and went on about finishing up my stuff. I got the gurney back to the van, closed and locked the large garage door from inside, all while this guy was just standing there, staring at an open file in front of him, not paying any attention to me. I had to use the bathroom, so I told him that that's where I'd be going and that I'd be right back. Again, no response. I thought maybe he's deaf and couldn't hear me. So I went to the bathroom, came back to the garage, and the guy was gone. But the file cabinet was still open. I didn't know where he went. I hadn't heard anyone walk down the hallway past the bathroom. I checked and made sure everything I was responsible for was still locked, and it was. So I just announced I was going to be leaving and locking up to set the alarm. No response. And that's what I did, and I just left. I'm not sure who he was or is or what happened, but it was definitely an odd experience, and one I still remember perfectly. I have a few other memories about the time at that job. That one sticks with me the most, though. And I have that nagging feeling of, why didn't I go look at the file? I don't know. I used to live alone in a small studio apartment. Nothing fancy, just a single room with a bed against one wall, a tiny kitchenette, and a window that overlooked a quiet street. It wasn't an old building, no tragic history or urban legends that I knew of, just an average place, the kind you'd barely remember after moving out, except for the whispering. The first time it happened, I was half asleep, drifting in and out of dreams, when I felt it, something murmuring softly in my ear. A low, breathy sound, unintelligible but right there. It wasn't the distant hum of the city outside or the neighbors through the walls. This was close, way too close. I startled awake, blinking into the dark, but the room was silent. Just the soft whir of the mini fridge and the occasional creak from the pipes. Probably just my imagination, I told myself. Some weird trick of my half-conscious mind. I turned over, pulled the blanket higher, and went back to sleep. But then it happened again. This time it yanked me awake. Not just the sound, the sensation. A rush of warm breath, tickling the fine hairs on my ear. My whole body went rigid. The whisper was gone the second my eyes snapped open, but I'd felt it. A physical presence, like someone had been there. I sat up. My apartment was small. There was nowhere for anyone to hide. Still, I scanned the room. My gaze flickering from the bathroom door to the shadowed corners near my bookshelf. Nothing. I tried to shake it off, convincing myself it was a lingering dream. Maybe the sensation was just my own pulse in my ear. Another trick, this time of my nervous system. Maybe. But the next time, I knew for sure. I'd gone to bed uneasy, my thoughts cycling back to those strange wake-ups. I told myself I was just on edge, that I'd be fine if I'd stopped thinking about it. But deep down, I was waiting for it to happen again. And it did. A whisper, not words, just a low, urgent sound. But this time, I wasn't groggy. This time I woke up fully, instantly, and I wasn't alone. I didn't see anything, not exactly, but I felt it. Something standing at the side of my bed. Not just an impression, not just paranoia. There was weight to the air, a pressure, like the presence of someone looming too close. My whole body locked up and I didn't move. I don't even think I was breathing. I just stared at the ceiling, heart pounding, every inch of me screaming to run, to move, to do anything. But I couldn't. Then the whisper came back. Not at my ear this time. Above me, like someone leaning over. I bolted upright, gasping, and slapped the light on so fast I nearly knocked the lamp over. The room was empty. Completely, utterly empty. I didn't go back to sleep that night. I turned the TV on, let the voices fill the room, forced myself to stay awake until the sun came up. And after that, it never happened again. Not the next night, not ever. Like it knew that I'd really felt it this time. Like whatever had been whispering to me had been waiting for me to wake up fully, to notice it. And once I did, it was done. I still think about it sometimes, wondering if it was sleep paralysis or some sort of glitch, some kind of waking dream. But I know what I felt. And I know that for those last few seconds, I wasn't alone in that room. A few years ago, I worked in a military prison. Our hours were 24-hour shifts that consisted of shared downtimes, sleep between that shift. One stays awake for half the time, the other sleeps half, then switches halfway through that night. I've been working at this prison for a while by this point, and I was currently working in our special quarters. Our SQ was just a long loop with all of the cells on the inside of the loop. Every 15 minutes, I have to do a health and comfort check and basically walk by each cell, making sure the inmates are alive, healthy. Every cell has a security light, so even at nighttime, the cells are never truly dark so that we can see inside. One specific inmate I remember was in special quarters because he was mentally not all there. His favorite thing to do was draw, scream all day, pee outside of the cell, and sleep. One day we had to do a cell extraction on him because he was clawing at his gums with his fingernails and using the blood to draw symbols all over the cell walls. Medical was looking at him on the spot while I was going through his cell to check for contraband. Looking through his drawings, he would always make childlike sketches of him playing games with his brother in a creepy shadow silhouette of a person. His name was written over the drawing of himself, his brother's over his, and dark one over the shadowy one. Cheesy, I know. While looking through the drawings, he looks through the cell doors and says to me, "He doesn't like you being in there." I suddenly felt the hair raise on my arms, and I walked right out. Keep in mind, I'm regularly told this weird stuff by the inmate, and it never bothers me or any seasoned officer. Except this one time. Fast forward a couple weeks, it's probably around 2 a.m. I'm fully awake while my partner is asleep. During every 15-minute check, I noticed that every cell's security light was on as normal. Otherwise, I'd have to write a report about it. I was sitting in the little cell that we use for our food for the day, eating, when all of a sudden, I hear this extremely loud screaming. I could not make out what the screaming was or what even language it was, but my arm hairs raised again, and I ran to find the source. Every single inmate was sound asleep, but what caught my attention was the strange inmate security light was out. There's no way that they would be able to mess with those lights, the way that they're installed. I quickly yelled to the other officers in the other bays if they heard that screaming, thinking maybe it came from one of their bays. Not one of the others heard the screaming. I was the only one. Strange inmate had moved. That cell was empty. Since that day, I always requested to never be posted in there again. Even though it was one of the most sought-after posts, I couldn't do it. I work in a cemetery. It's not quite as creepy as people think, most of the time. During the day, it's actually kind of peaceful, quiet, calm, as you can imagine. You get used to the stillness, the routine. But there are moments, usually when the sun goes down, where it feels different. One evening, I stayed late to catch up on some work. The office had cleared out by then, and I had locked up the main gates myself. I was alone on the property. It was getting dark, but I wasn't far from the entrance, and I figured I'd only be another 15 minutes or so. I was inside the small showroom we used to display headstones and granite samples. It's this modest little structure tucked off the main path. It's surrounded by rows of flat stones and newer monuments. Inside, it's got this clean but sterile feel. White walls, polished floors, and a short hallway that leads to a heavy basement door. I was standing there near the front counter, taking pictures of some granite options with my phone to save for a client. And that's when I heard something loud. Slam. The unmistakable sound of the basement door flying open and slamming shut. It echoed through the building. Then, footsteps. Slow, heavy ones, heading down the stairs. I froze. Every hair on my arm stood straight up. My first thought was that someone had come back in. Maybe someone from maintenance had forgotten something and used their key. But I was sure I'd locked up. I even double-checked the doors earlier, like I always do when I'm alone. Still, I called out, trying to sound casual. "Hello? Maintenance?" No reply. Just silence. That silence stretched on for too long. I waited, strained to hear anything. But there were no footsteps coming back up. No shuffling, no voice. just the hum of the overhead lights and the creaking of the building settling. And yet, I knew what I'd just heard. That door doesn't just open on its own. It's old and heavy. You have to pull it. I stood there for maybe another minute, completely still. After waiting and hearing nothing, I figured a really strong draft, a heavy vibration from something outside. But I'd heard footsteps. Eventually, I worked up the nerve to check it out. I grabbed the flashlight from the front desk just in case and crept over to the basement door. It was shut, just like before. I slowly opened it, the hinges groaning slightly. I peered down into the stairwell. The light was already on. The concrete steps stretched downward to the same old unfinished space, the one we used for storage. No movement, no sound. I went down the steps, scanned the area. Empty. I checked the back doors, still locked. All the windows were latched. I was completely alone. I didn't stay much longer. I finished what I needed to do and got out of there pretty fast. I didn't want to explain to anyone why I was spooked, because it felt ridiculous. But I know what I heard. The basement door opened. It slammed shut, and someone or something walked down those stairs. There was no one else in that building, though. At least no one I could see. My older sister has a ghost that's followed her around for years. She's never been the type to scare easily. She shrugs it off, calls it her ghost, like it's some stray cat that won't leave her alone. But I lived with her for 3 months once. And let me tell you, there was something in that house, and it did not like me being there. Weird things happened constantly. I'd go to bed knowing that every door was locked, every light switch off. But in the morning, the back door would be wide open, lights buzzing, the kettle hissing with steam, like someone had just boiled water, but never poured it. One night, we were getting ready to go out, and I borrowed her liquid foundation, used it, and put it back where she kept her makeup. 10 minutes later, she's asking for it, and it's just gone. She accused me of taking it. Wouldn't hear a word of my protests and made me buy her a new one. A year later, when she was packing to move, she found it, tucked inside a shoebox, with some old letters. The shoebox was zipped up in a suitcase, shoved deep under her bed. And that freaked me out. But the worst, the moment that really got me, it was the only time that I was completely alone in the house. That almost never happened. There was always at least 4 people around. I'd just gotten home from work, headed straight to the bathroom, locked the door. The house was silent, every window shut, every door latched. I was standing there, leaning into the mirror, fingers pressing into my chin to pop a pimple when, "Stop picking your zits." A woman's voice, clear, amused, right outside the bathroom door. I froze, and my heart stuttered in my chest, but my brain did the dumb thing and assumed it was my sister. I laughed, told her to fuck off, asked what she wanted for dinner. Silence. I stepped into the hall. No one there. The air felt thick, charged, kind of like the moment before a thunderstorm. I checked every room. I checked under the beds, in closets, even behind the goddamn shower curtain. I was alone. I grabbed my keys and sat on the front porch until someone else came home. Threads like this make me wish my sister was on Reddit, because God, she has some seriously fucked up stories. I was young when this happened, maybe 7 or 8. My great-grandmother's house was old, smelled like lavender and dust, and every creaky wooden floorboard had its own memory, I'm sure of it. It wasn't a scary house, not exactly, but something about it always made me feel like I wasn't alone there. One evening, I was walking through the hallway toward the den, the dim glow of a single lamp stretching my shadow along the floor. The adults were talking in the kitchen, their voices drifting faintly through the house. I wasn't paying much attention to anything but my shadow, just wandering the way kids do when they're bored. And that's when I noticed something in the darkened sitting room. It was a shape. It was crouched behind the love seat, just visible past the armrest. At first I thought maybe it was a shadow of something else, a trick of the light, my eyes adjusting to the dimness of the room. But the longer I looked at it, the more certain I was that it was someone. Except it wasn't. It had the shape of a person, but not the substance. The figure was glowing, white, with hints of gold shimmering along its outline, like candlelight flickering against glass. It had no features, no face, no clothes, just a smooth, radiant silhouette that pulsed slightly, as if it were breathing. And it was moving, not standing, not walking, but beckoning. It didn't have hands, not really, but I knew it was calling me. A slow, deliberate motion, like someone coaxing a child forward with an outstretched palm. I could have run, but I didn't. I stood frozen in the doorway. It didn't feel evil exactly, but it wasn't comforting either. It was just there, watching. The air around me did feel heavy, like the room itself was closing in. The faint voices from the kitchen seemed impossibly far away. The golden glow of the figure was the only thing that felt real. Then the floor creaked behind me. I spun around, expecting to see my mom or one of my relatives, but no one was there. When I turned back, the figure was gone. Just empty space behind the love seat. No shadows, no shapes. I didn't go into that room again for the rest of our visit. Years later, I can't help but still wonder what it was. A spirit, a memory imprinted on the house. Something that had been there long before me, waiting for someone to notice, maybe. It never felt like it wanted to hurt me, but I was still afraid. This happened when I was trying to make the 19-hour drive from Connecticut to Florida without stopping to sleep. I was on I-95 South after about midnight, somewhere in South Carolina, and I was about 100 miles away from running out of gas. I saw a sign that said there was a gas station at the next exit, so I got off. The exit ramp turned into a 4-way intersection. You could turn left or right, or if you went straight, you could get back onto the highway. I pulled up to the end of the ramp, looked to the right, and there was a gas station. I started heading in that direction, but then I saw something that made me slam on my brakes. I looked at this gas station and I suddenly saw 6 people, dressed in white shirts and white pants, dancing around the parking lot. It creeped me out. I didn't think there was anything supernatural about it at the time, but it was really odd that a group of people were dancing in an empty gas station parking lot around midnight. I didn't hear any music, but all 6 of them were moving like there was some big mosh pit. Then one of them noticed me. He began dancing very fluidly right in the front of the gas station. But all of a sudden he stopped, looked right at me for a few seconds, and started walking toward my car really quickly. As he took the first few steps towards us, he seemed to just snap. I don't know how else to explain it, but it looked like this man's spine completely bent at a 90-degree angle as he lurched into a weird power walk and continued walking right to my car. He stayed all hunched over like that. I floored it, went straight through the intersection and got right back on the highway. As I pulled away, My girlfriend and I simultaneously said something like, "Did you fucking see that?" Her version of the story was identical to mine. The only difference is that she only saw 5 gas station dancers, where I saw 6 of them. We got gas at the next well-lit rest stop, an actual truck stop, not just some gas station off the side of the road. She's my wife now, and we have an unofficial wedding vow that we'll never stop in South Carolina for gas again. This is my earliest memory of a paranormal experience. We were at home, and my cousins and I were in the living room playing video games. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw movement, so I turned and looked. There was a woman in a knee-length dress, walking towards my parents' room. She stopped in her tracks and turned to look my way. It scared me. She was transparent. She had dark hair cut into a bob. She was slender. I turned away from her, but I could still see her watching me for what felt like a really long time, all out of the corner of my eye. It was probably only seconds. But then she turned away and walked into my parents' room. My parents came home about an hour later and called me and my cousin into their room to ask who had been in there. We told them that no one went in there. All of their plugs had been unplugged. A couple of years later, I saw a picture of a woman, and I told my mom that I'd seen her one night, the night all the electronics were unplugged. She told me that that was a photo of her mother, who had passed away when I was only a year old. Apparently, she was quite paranoid about house fires and always unplugged their electronics. When I was 8 years old, the woods behind our house felt endless. They ran down a long slope and ended at a narrow, muddy creek that cut right through the trees like a secret path. That creek was basically my whole life. I spent hours there, skipping rocks, building forts, trying to dam the water with sticks and stones. The air always smelled like pine and that damp earth. And when you're a kid, that kind of silence feels safe, especially with home nearby. One summer afternoon, I was knee-deep in the water, stacking rocks when I heard someone call out to me. "Hey, buddy," the voice said. "You okay over there?" It startled me. I hadn't heard anyone approach. I looked up and saw a man standing on the opposite bank. He was tall, wearing an old dark jacket and a wide-brimmed hat. The light behind him made it hard to see his face clearly, just the shape of him and the way he leaned slightly forward, watching me. It was clear. He didn't move closer, he just stood there and said, "You're not supposed to be out here alone, are you? Come on, it's not safe. The water's higher than it looks." I remember thinking that was strange, because the creek barely reached my ankles. I told him I wasn't alone, that my mom was home. He nodded like he already knew that, and then he said, "Your mom ought to be worried. How about we get you out and get you home now?" There was something about his voice, calm but urgent, like he was trying to convince me of something important without scaring me. I hesitated, and he raised a hand, the first movement he'd made. "It's okay," he said. "Just take it slow. Watch your footing." "That's right, just like that." That was the part that sent a chill through me. The way he said it, like he wasn't really talking to me. I wasn't moving. I don't know why, but I suddenly felt cold all over. I turned and I ran through the trees, not stopping until I saw our porch light through the branches. My mom was outside when I burst from the woods. When I told her what happened, she went pale. She called my dad and then the sheriff. They searched the creek, but they found nothing. No footprints or tire tracks. There was no sign of anyone. A few months later, we moved away. My parents said it was for work, but I always suspected it had something to do with that day. I didn't think about it much when we were away. It just became one of those strange childhood memories that didn't make sense anymore. Until a few years ago, when I was going through some boxes of my parents' old things after they'd passed. Among the photos and keepsakes was folded a newspaper clipping. It was from 1947. The headline read, "Local farmer drowns trying to save child at creek." The article said that he'd jumped in after a young boy who'd fallen during the flood. The boy survived, but the man didn't. There was a photo of him, dark jacket, wide-brimmed hat. I sat there staring at the picture because I finally understood. All those years ago when I was playing by that same creek, I hadn't seen a living man at all. I'd seen the ghost of one, still standing near where he died, calling out the same words he'd spoken in his last moments, not trying to lure someone away, trying to save them. I fall asleep to your content every night, and recently it had me thinking of my own experiences and which one would be the strangest to share. Here goes. I'm an older woman now and have had many experiences that some would most likely call paranormal. This story is from when I was about 13 or 14 years old, so eons ago. I had a set of uncles and a cousin who lived in a neighborhood house. The house was owned by family friends who lived there first and then ended up renting it out to my family. I'd always heard stories from those friends and then my own family about their experiences in the house. A lot of those experiences surrounded an apparition of a little girl, about 4 to 6 years old. Remember that. Now, from the outside, this house was normal looking. A 2-story, light blue house. Nothing distinct about it. Nothing abnormal from the outside. It had 7 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, and 2 sets of stairs leading upstairs. We often used the back door and the back staircase to get upstairs, because most of the hauntings took place around the front set of stairs. So that staircase had always been blocked off since as long as I could remember. Around the time I turned 13 or 14, my mom and I ended up having to stay there for a while due to financial issues that she was going through. I remember always feeling like everything was so dark in there and never wanting to be alone. But after visiting many times and then actually living there for a little while, I had never really experienced anything myself. So I started to think that maybe everyone was making things up or smoked too many J's or something. My mom and I had the 2 front bedrooms upstairs, closest to the blocked-off stairway. The first room had these 2 front-facing windows, and the second bedroom was right behind it with side-facing windows. This first really freaky thing that happened wasn't so much paranormal, but crazy nonetheless. At the time, my best friend was V, and we were both outcasts through and through, best of besties, hung out every day, skipped school all the time, all of that. A while after we started staying at this house, I took V up to the room I was staying in. We walked in, and the first thing she said was, "Oh my God, no fucking way." Of course, I had no idea what she was talking about, so I asked. V started crying and said, "Remember when I told you about that dream? The one that I always have, where I'm a little girl sitting in the window and I fall out the window and I die?" I'm literally getting chills recounting this. She kept going, telling me this was the room. These were the windows from the dream that she'd had countless times. So we talked about it a little. I was getting creeped out because she was so emotional, and I really had no reason not to believe her. She wasn't one to lie or make things up, and I'd never told her about the little ghost girl that people had seen. We ended up coming to the conclusion that maybe, in a past life, she'd lived and died there, and that the apparition of the little girl that people kept seeing was possibly her from another life. Up to this point, nothing really paranormal had happened to me, but about 2 nights later, after V and the window incident, I got a full-on taste of it. I was sound asleep in that same front room. I had a pet rat named Freddy who was in a cage on the left side of my bed. I woke up to Freddy screeching as loud as he could, like nothing I'd ever heard him do before. I sat up and he climbed up the side of his cage, screeching at the top of his little lungs, clawing at the side of the cage. I was literally like, what's going on? I went to stand up and out of nowhere, a pen came flying at my face from the area of the window. It stopped right in front of my eyes and dropped to the floor. I was not on drugs or alcohol. I was only 13 or 14, didn't party, had no mental health issues. This 100% happened. I was so scared I ran to the other room where my mom was and laid down with her. The whole night I had awful nightmares. The one I distinctly remember was of a huge bloodshot eye with red and blue lights flashing behind it, looking at me through the window in the room my mom was in, the one that I was in with her that night. The other dreams were full of dark shadows, being lost, and just odd stuff like that. The next morning, I woke up feeling like I'd been hit by a truck. I started to remember everything from the night before, so I went to check on Freddy. He was okay, acting normal. I looked down, and that pen was still right there, where it had fallen in front of my face the night before. I didn't pick up that pen. I don't know who did. It stayed there for weeks, and then one day it just wasn't there anymore. That was the only experience in that house that I would actually consider paranormal. That was horrible to recount. It's been a very long time since I've thought about that night in such depth. Thanks for listening. The city loft was a mistake, but I couldn't afford a different mistake. The high ceilings, the terrible plumbing, the aggressive rent. It was all meant to be temporary, a stepping stone while I finished art school. But once I moved my easel in and started sleeping on the old futon, I realized the building had another tenant, the glitch in my periphery. It wasn't a ghost in the classic sense. It didn't float or moan or rattle chains. It was a shadow, and not the kind cast by streetlights or furniture. This shadow was denser, blacker than the absence of light, and it was always at the edge of my vision. For weeks, I thought that I was sleep-deprived. I'd be working on a landscape or a portrait, totally immersed, and I'd catch a flick of movement near the fire escape window. I'd whirl around, paintbrush in hand, and find nothing but the dust motes dancing in the afternoon sun. But the second I turned back to my canvas, the feeling would return. Something was watching me. I started using the term the witness. It was a perfect descriptor for its passive, relentless presence. Its sole purpose seemed to be observation, silent and eternal. I tried every trick in the book to catch it. I installed cheap motion sensors. I hung mirrors at weird angles. I trained my eyes to snap over quickly, but it was always faster, dissolving back into the neutral tones of the old brick wall or the corner where the pipes met the ceiling. The witness didn't frighten me with jump scares. It terrorized me with exhaustion. Its presence was constant, low-grade fever anxiety that made sleep impossible. How could I close my eyes knowing that it was there, silent and still, just outside the perimeter of my gaze? I took issue when I realized it was stifling my work. My focus, which was my greatest artistic tool, was shattered. Every painting began to feature a void, a smudge, a patch of canvas that I couldn't bring myself to fill, always located at the lower left or upper right. the places where I most often saw the shadow. I was unintentionally painting the negative space it inhabited. One night, after 4 straight days with only an hour of sleep, I got up to splash water on my face. I stood in front of the bathroom mirror, a large unframed rectangle that I'd leaned against the wall. I saw my reflection, pale, haunting, dark circles under my eyes, and then I caught it in the corner of the mirror, behind me, in the space between the shower curtain and the wall. It wasn't a smudge of black. It was the outline of a person. It was tall and unnaturally thin, a silhouette cut from felt. But what set the cold dread through me was its posture. The shadow had its head slightly tilted, the way you tilt your head when you're contemplating a painting. And then I realized it was perfectly mirroring my own reflection's posture. It was contemplating me. I spun around and I saw nothing in the same space, just the white ceramic tub and the beige wall. I looked back at the mirror. My own reflection had moved, but I saw the impression of the shadow was still there. It was like I was looking at a charcoal black doppelganger. That was the night that I stopped sleeping entirely. I became obsessed with catching it, with proving it was real. I set up my DSLR camera on a tripod, connected it to a laptop to record 24/7. I sat in the dark, watching the feed. Hours passed, and the camera showed nothing. Just the apartment, static, empty. I felt a weird surge of relief. It was just exhaustion. It was my mind playing tricks on me this whole time. I leaned forward to turn off the camera. As my fingers hovered over the keyboard, I glanced up at the laptop screen. For a fraction of a second, as I moved my hand into the light, the shadow of my own hand was cast on the wall. But the shadow person was on the screen, in the live feed. It was pressed up against the wall, blacker than the darkness all around it, still tilting its head. This time I could see its eyes, but they weren't eyes. They were just 2 tiny pinprick spheres of a vicious, incandescent light. They were looking right at the camera, through the camera, at me. But then, as if realizing that I'd seen it, it didn't dissolve. It lunged. The black form rushed the camera lens, filling the screen with blinding blackness before the camera faced up entirely, as if it had been touched. I could see that it was now recording the ceiling. The laptop screen went dark. That camera never turned on again. I stumbled back at that time, clutching my eyes. I packed up and I moved out within 12 hours. I left my deposit and half of my supplies behind. But I am better now. I have a new apartment, and I sleep with a nightlight. But I sleep. No more shadows. But I still can't seem to create. I've tried painting a simple bowl of fruit the other day, and when I finished, I stepped back to look at it. There, in the lower left corner of the canvas, where a highlight should have been, was a tiny black smudge. I genuinely had to ask myself if I put it there. If this was a haunting, I think it kind of sucks. I genuinely feel like whatever was in that place just sucked the creativity right out of me. And I think it's scary, if that's possible. About a year ago, I was at my dad's house taking care of the dog for a week because he had gone camping with some friends and my sister. My wife was also gone to Colombia with her family for a month. My in-laws asked me to take care of their dog while they were gone, and so I of course said yes. So there I am, first night at my dad's house with 2 dogs who had been playing together all day. I decided to go to bed around 10, so I lock the front door and the back door. I make sure every door in the house, except for my bedroom door, is closed, and I fall asleep. At about 12, I hear the dogs freaking out, barking and whining, so I jump out of bed to go check on them. On my way downstairs, I see the back door is unlocked and open. I look down at the dogs. They're both staring at the basement door, whining and growling, while laying in a puddle of their own pee. I realize dogs have accidents, but not these ones. Not at this time. I see the basement door is open, so I have 911 ready to be called on my phone, and I go downstairs. I searched around for a while, even though I wasn't sure what I was looking for, until I decided to go back upstairs and clean off the dogs. At about 1 a.m, the dogs are finally clean and no longer focused on the basement, so I make sure the basement door is latched, and I go back upstairs after making sure the back door is locked as well. At about 2 a.m, I once again hear the dogs barking and freaking out, so I run downstairs. Once again, I see the back door wide open, so is the basement door. But this time, both dogs are staring out the window, looking into the backyard. So I don't bother going downstairs, I just close the door. I run to the back door and I close it and lock it as hard and as fast as I can. I go upstairs, and I didn't sleep for the rest of the night, but both dogs slept on the bed with me. After about a week, my dad gets home and I ask him if we can watch his home cameras for the first night that I was there. He keeps it all on his cell phone. As we're watching, I was just looking to see if anything or anyone even went near the house during the night. Oddly enough, there was nothing. The only weird thing is that around 12 and 2, the back door randomly flings open with nothing going in or out. And you can see from a camera from a different angle in the house that I clearly lock the back doors every single time. My dad says there's been no issues with locks any other day before or since then. So if my dad's house is haunted, I guess whatever's there doesn't like me too much. About 25 years ago, when I was only 7, my family and I visited my cousin and her family in Sacramento on a Saturday. They lived in an apartment right next to a cemetery, with an elementary school right behind the apartment complex. This was definitely located in a rough neighborhood. My cousin, who was about the same age as me, brought me and my older brother to the school's playground. My brother brought a basketball and played at the courts by himself, and I was playing on the structure with my cousin. Randomly, my cousin said that she had to run home with no explanation whatsoever. She just took off. For some reason, I didn't question her or decide to follow her. I just sat on the structure next to the slide. Then I heard what sounded like 2 voices, one on each side of my ears, grunting at me. I felt the presence, almost like the voices came from 2 people standing on either side of me. My heart dropped. I wanted to faint. I screamed for my brother, who was playing on the courts, and before I can even tell him what's going on, he started sprinting off. I ran after him with my shoes halfway on. When we ran back to my cousin's house, my brother said he started running because he heard constant banging against the school bungalow and angry grunting voices chasing after him. We went upstairs to look for my cousin, and when we entered her room, she was sitting on her bed, legs crossed, staring off into space. We screamed her name, and she just slowly turned her head to look at us. She looked like she'd been drugged and just mumbled something to us. We couldn't figure out what she was saying, so we just left her room. My brother and I then told our parents and aunts and uncles what happened to us. They just laughed it off. When it was around dinner time, we all gathered around the dinner table, and my cousin came out of her room from upstairs, acting normal again, like nothing happened. My brother and I remember everything to this day. We've reminded our cousin of that day numerous times, and she cannot remember anything. We brought it up to her a couple months ago, and still, she didn't recall ever taking us to that school. I don't know if she was just so scared that she tried to shut that part out of her memory. She always seemed slightly annoyed every time we'd bring it up, or if she truly cannot remember. It was definitely one of the scariest moments I've ever experienced. Me and my partner have been looking to buy a house. Anyone going through that process right now knows what I mean when I say the market is sparse. But I'm not here to complain about the housing crisis that's objectively happening right now. Our realtor's name is Jeff. He's a youngster with fiery red hair. He was recommended to us by a friend, and for the most part, he's been able to show us houses in our feasibility range, but we haven't found one yet. I'm getting nervous that our expectations of what the one would look like have deteriorated down to basic necessities. We don't need it to be an area with a good school district, and we're willing to downsize, but we have to draw the line somewhere. Last week, all of us, my husband Dennis, me, and Jeff, all found a new line, an unexpected expectation line that none of us could argue about. No, it's not about the plumbing or the distance from train tracks. But this 4-word question is now pivotal, and the first question that Jeff asks the homeowners before we come visit. He says, "Hi, my name is Jeff from blah blah realty company. Is your house haunted?" No joke, because what we went through last weekend was probably the scariest horror movie thing that I've ever been through. I think it was the scariest thing that anyone had experienced, because we all reacted the same. Well, first off, the house that he took us to was beautiful. It was right off 3rd Street, but tucked back far enough away where you couldn't even hear the traffic on 3rd. It was a big white house with 2 pillars in front, 4 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms. More space than we could ever need, but miraculously, it was in our price range. You could say the red flags began popping up the moment we all stood on the front patio. There was a feeling in my stomach I couldn't quite describe, but Dennis explained it perfectly, because as we discussed it later, he had the same pit sitting deep in his stomach, like we were entering a place we weren't welcome. First, Jeff's keys wouldn't work on the door. It was the weirdest thing because they were the right keys. They fit in the lock and easily turned. But putting pressure on the door didn't open it. Jeff had to use a little muscle and put his shoulder into the door for it to open with the loudest, unoiled creak a door hinge could ever emit. We all laughed at the sound it made. When we got in there, Jeff turned on a few lights. It was obvious this house hadn't been lived in for some time. The house was empty as could be. Some of the other houses that we visited were decorated with some sort of furniture to give off more of an inviting feel. This house had none of that. Bare bones. I don't remember if the windows even had curtains. I know the ones in the downstairs living room didn't, because while Dennis and I were looking through the downstairs rooms, we heard Jeff let out a quick suppressed scream, like he'd seen a rat scurry across the floor. I went to go check on him, asked if anything was wrong. Trying to stay professional, Jeff laughed uncontrollably and said, "Oh, I thought I saw someone standing out there," while he points outside. Then he says, "But it must have just been your reflection coming up behind me." I thought that was strange because he wouldn't have been able to see my reflection from the room I was in. I'd only come into the living room after he made the noise. I didn't challenge it, though. His comment honestly didn't creep me out there in the moment, because it was dark outside and with the lights on inside, the big windows just looked like dusty mirrors. When Dennis walked out, on the same set of windows, he noticed that there were tiny child handprints in the dust. He pulled his phone out of his pocket and turned on the flashlight to get a better look. He pointed it down to the bottom of the window, where the first 2 handprints were, and then he started to raise the flashlight up, and we saw the imprinted pattern go all the way to the top of the glass, and presumably past it. Jeff was right next to us when we saw that, and he said that that kid must have been an acrobat. Yeah, something like that. I did not like seeing the kid prints in the dust. I whispered to Dennis that I didn't like the place, but we still hadn't toured upstairs. Jeff was feeling something weird too, because he started acting antsy, picking up his pace, walking us around the house, telling us all about its commodities. Then we went upstairs. The bedrooms were big, but there was nothing that could rejuvenate the overall essence of the house. Then, nearing the end of our tour upstairs, Jeff asks if we wanted to check out the attic. Apparently, it was spacious, and the original family made it a billiard room. I was already planning on saying hell no to this house, so I politely declined. Dennis agreed with me, and we all turned around to go back downstairs, but we heard this loud creak, the one from the front door again, and we all stopped in our tracks. Dennis and I looked at Jeff like this was probably more of his responsibility to see who'd just come in. He took baby steps to the stairs. His facial expression led me to believe that he hadn't planned on someone else joining us. Before he got to the railing, he said, "Hello? Hello?" His voice was shaking. Dennis pulled me close and we stood right where we were, in the upstairs hallway, while Jeff crept his way closer to the edge of the stairs. He said hello one more time before crouching down and looking to his right toward the front door. He quickly hops back up and says, "I don't know what that was. Front door's still closed." And then he goes, "Yeah, we're taught to lock the doors after we go inside, specifically for things like that." I did my best not to show it, but my blood pressure was through the roof watching this scrawny kid tiptoe like a cartoon character to the stairs. Then we heard a noise that sent us all barreling down the stairs and out the front door to Jeff's car. This time it was the unmistakable sound of pool balls cracking upstairs. Just one loud clack, ball on ball. Dennis almost took Jeff out going down the stairs. I felt bad watching him fumble for his keys trying to lock the door before bolting back to his car with us. He hit the car in reverse and I almost went through the windshield. My fault for not having my seatbelt on. But I recovered, and we got out of there. All this being said, we're still looking for a home to buy. If you're selling and can guarantee your property's not infested with ghosts, please send me a message. Only serious inquiries. It was the summer of 1984. Paul and I were fresh out of college, feeling rebellious and broke, so when we planned our cross-country trip, we avoided motels like the plague. We were using the classifieds in a small-town newspaper to find cheap, private lodgings. That's how I found the Oak Haven Retreat, a hand-scrawled ad promising a rustic cabin in the woods of rural Oregon for $50 a week. It sounded like an adventure. The cabin was exactly as advertised. Remote. You drove 10 miles down a dirt road that felt like it hadn't seen a grader since the war. The place was a tiny, cedar-shingled box, smelling faintly like pine needles and dampness. The key was exactly where the owner, a man named Mr. Silas, whom we'd only spoken to over the phone, said it would be, under a rusty watering can on the porch. The first 2 days were idyllic. We spent the time hiking and reading, surviving on canned chili and a sense of freedom that only true isolation can provide. The only real inconvenience was the cold at night, which meant relying heavily on the old wood-burning stove in the corner. On Tuesday evening, I took on the job of getting the fire going, while Paul went down to the well to fill the drinking jugs that had run out by now. I opened the stove's heavy cast iron door and pulled out the old kindling box from underneath. It was packed with thin splinters of dried cedar, and as I sifted through the wood to find the driest pieces, my fingers snagged on something. It wasn't wood at all. Tucked deep in the sawdust and bark was a small, oblong piece of white paper. Folded so tightly it felt like a tiny block of wood itself. I unfolded it carefully. It wasn't a grocery list or a note from Mr. Silas. It was a desperate, messy scrawl written in pencil. The handwriting was shaky, fragmented, and clearly done in haste. He knows I saw the truck. Don't drink the well water. My name is Anna. My first thought was that it was a prank or an elaborate joke left by a previous tenant to spook the next guest. But the dread that washed over me was too immediate and heavy to dismiss. The pencil marks were hard pressed into the paper, the lines uneven, suggesting the writer had been crying or rushing. I stood there, the paper trembling in my hands, as Paul came stomping in, setting the full water jug on the counter. "What's wrong?" he asked, seeing my face. I showed him the note. He read it once and then again. His easygoing smile instantly vanished. "Anna? Who the hell's Anna? This can't be real." "The water, Paul. You just brought in a jug of it," I whispered, glancing at the counter. We stared at the well water and then at the note. If the message about the water was a warning, the first line was the threat. He knows I saw the truck. I looked around the cabin. It felt less like a rustic retreat and more like a flimsy trap. Paul immediately went to the front window. The cabin was high up on a ridge, and through the tall, dense pines, you could usually see nothing but more forest. But that night, as the last of the daylight bled from the sky, Paul let out a low sound. "You've got to be kidding me," he muttered. I rushed over to his side, hidden about 50 yards down the slope. Parked just behind a cluster of 3 thick pines was a vehicle. It was a rusty, dark green pickup truck, faded and covered in mud. It looked old. Maybe 50s, early 60s. And more importantly, it was definitely not there when we arrived. All in all, it was exactly the kind of remote, beaten-up vehicle you'd expect to be described in a cryptic warning found in a fireplace. It was parked strategically, far enough away to be concealed from the cabin itself, but close enough for the driver to watch the cabin unobserved. "That truck," Paul said, his voice flat. The note writer saw that truck. The terror wasn't in the note itself or even the truck. It was in the sudden, horrifying realization that we'd stumbled right into the middle of someone else's nightmare. The cabin wasn't vacant. It was a set piece in a terrible drama, and we'd taken the stage, it seemed. We didn't need to discuss what to do next. We moved in a panicked, silent efficiency. We left the chili on the stove, anything to make it seem like we were staying. We pulled our bags off the hooks, shoved our clothes in them, and grabbed our car keys. We closed the stove door and then quietly, slowly, crept to the back door, the one that led away from the direction of the truck. Once outside, we bolted. We didn't use the main path. We plunged straight into the trees behind the cabin, tearing through the brush and pine needles, running parallel to the dirt road for half a mile until we hit the highway. We burst onto the asphalt, covered in scratches and adrenaline, and piled into our beat-up sedan. Paul drove with a frantic, desperate speed that was terrifying in its own right. We didn't stop until we reached the lights of the next city. Almost 3 hours later, we went straight to the police station and presented the crumpled note and told them everything, The local police were skeptical, but Paul insisted on leaving the note with them and giving them Mr. Silas's contact information. We spent the next week camping in a national park hundreds of miles away, waiting. The call finally came late the following week. The officer on the line sounded grim. They had gone out to the cabin. They found the chili on the stove. They found the well, which they were testing. They found the rusty green pickup truck abandoned down the hill. Most chillingly, they found another car on the property, buried under debris. Its license plate led them to a missing person report that was filed several months earlier for a woman named Anna. The case was now considered a suspected homicide. I still keep the faint image of that note in my mind, a constant reminder of how thin the barrier is between a peaceful adventure and an absolute nightmare. We walked right into that terrible scenario, and only a desperate silent plea from the past saved us from becoming another footnote in the cabin's dark history. The drive from my sister's place in Santa Fe back to Denver is about 6 hours. A stretch of highway that I've done so many times I could probably do it in my sleep. Most of it is empty road, and once the sun goes down, it's just you, your headlights, and the vast black canvas of high desert. I remember this night I left later than I meant to, so it was almost midnight when I hit the most isolated part of the journey, where the hills start to flatten out and cell service goes to die. I was just sipping my lukewarm coffee and singing poorly along with some playlist when I saw a man. He was standing on the shoulder, silhouetted sharply by my approaching beams, a hitchhiker. Now, I'm a cautious person. I've read books, I've heard podcasts, and I've also been stuck on the side of the road myself. My general rule is never pick up men, and never pick up anyone on a road that's isolated. But there was something unnerving about him, something extra. It wasn't just that he was out here, it was what he was carrying. He was tall and broad, dressed in dark clothing, and he had a massive military-style duffel at his feet. But the bag was empty. It was flat and wrinkled. It didn't seem to have any weight to it at all. He wasn't even attempting to stick out his thumb. He was just standing there, gazing into the blackness. As I sped past him at 70 miles an hour, I caught a quick glimpse of his face in my peripheral vision, pale, emotionless, and staring straight ahead. I felt a sudden sharp instinct, like an ice-cold flood of adrenaline telling me to go, go, go. This was more than just a man who needed a ride. This was a person whose presence felt fundamentally wrong. I pressed the gas pedal down, pushing my speed a little higher than I should have. I drove for maybe 20 minutes trying to shake off the weird feeling, but I couldn't. The image of the slack, empty duffel bag kept replaying in my mind. The entire incident felt like a scene from a bad thriller, but it was just so strange and it unsettled me completely. Finally, I saw the welcome sign for a rest area and a gas station, one of the few brightly lit islands in that part of the state. I pulled off, deciding I needed to stretch my legs and, more importantly, call a friend. SARA. I needed her to talk me down. I parked by the brightly lit pump area, figuring safety and visibility. I put the truck in park and started to dial SARA's number. As the phone rang, I glanced up into my side view mirror. My heart slammed against my rib cage, so hard that I physically gasped. Walking along the dark perimeter of the parking lot, just past the glow of the gas station lights, it was that same hitchhiker. He was wearing the same dark clothes, same heavy, broad build, and he was walking with this strange, detached stride toward the back of the rest area. It was impossible. He was miles back on an empty stretch of road, and I had been driving well over the speed limit. There was no way he could have caught up. But the most chilling thing was his duffel. This time the bag wasn't empty. It was bloated and heavy, slung over his shoulder, pulling his body slightly off balance. It looked packed, solid, lumpy and misshapen, as if it contained something dense. The longer I looked, the more it seemed like the bag was wet. I dropped my phone. It clattered against the console, but I barely registered the sound. My mind was screaming. A car had passed me at high speeds a while back. I hadn't thought anything of it because it was better than them following me aggressively. He had to have been in that car. Or he had a different and possible speed that defied logic. Either way, the duffel I saw an hour ago was now full and soaked in something, and I was parked alone right where he was heading. I didn't try to rationalize it. The primal instinct that had warned me to get on the highway flared up tenfold. Starting the car, I screamed when I looked back to see that he was carrying something large and metallic in his hand. I locked every door on the truck, checked them twice, picked up my phone. I didn't dial SARA again. I immediately called the non-emergency number. He picked up his pace, and he was almost to my car. Emergency services answered. My voice was shaking as I described the man. I described the location and the profoundly unsettling bag he was carrying. "Ma'am, stay in your vehicle. Do not engage," the dispatcher said calmly. Hell no. I wasn't going to wait. Before the dispatcher could tell me to hold, I put the car in reverse and sped out of there, almost hitting the guy as I did. I drove out of that rest stop and onto the highway, keeping the dispatcher on the line the entire time. I didn't pull over again until I saw fluorescent lights in my rear view of my own. It was the police that dispatchers had sent my way. They were really interested in getting a statement from me. They wanted to know exactly what this guy looked like. If I'd seen him, did I know him? A lot of information that they were looking for I didn't have. But something told me he wasn't good. I never found out who he was or what was in the bag, but the police took my statement in such a way it's always made me wonder. To this day, the image of that full, heavy silhouette of a man appearing right behind me, after I'd thought I'd already had the creepiest experience of my night. After the whole experience, I really wasn't even tired anymore. Instead of stopping in another truck stop or rest area, I decided to just make the drive home. But I do think this is a good lesson in not picking up hitchhikers. I'm going to tell this story exactly as it happened because if I try to polish it up, it sounds ridiculous. This was about 5 years ago, right after I'd left my ex and moved us into a tiny, beat-up rental house outside of Raleigh. It was cheap, and that's all that mattered. My son, Liam, was 3 at the time. I was working 2 waitressing jobs, pulling doubles, just exhausted all the time. The whole world felt tight and mean, like I was trying to swim up a waterfall. I had nothing left to give, but I had to keep going for him. Liam started talking about this nice lady. It happened whenever he was sick or having a rough night. He wouldn't cry for me. He'd just quietly call for her. He'd tell me that she sat with him until his tummy felt better, or that she helped him find his favorite stuffed animal. I figured it was a coping mechanism, a phase, but he'd mentioned these small gifts, simple things. One morning he woke up and was clutching this perfect, smooth river stone. I asked him where he got it. He said the nice lady gave it to me. We didn't live near a river. The next week, it was a small wooden block, but not a brightly painted one like his toys. It was plain, polished walnut. The one that really got me was the handkerchief. It was folded neatly on his pillow one morning, crisp white cotton, slightly yellowed with age, and embroidered with the initials SEM. It smelled faintly of old-fashioned soap and talcum powder. I asked Liam about it, and he just said, "She gave it to me so I wouldn't sneeze on my sleeve." I was touched, but completely stumped. Where were these items coming from? I was meticulously locking up. I searched the house, thinking maybe the owner had left some things in a drawer, but I found nothing. The climax happened late on a Friday night. I had worked 12 hours. My car had died in the parking lot, and the electric bill was due. I just hit a wall. I put Liam to bed, went into the living room, and collapsed onto the floor in front of the cold fireplace. I was crying the big, silent, chest-heaving sobs that steal your breath. I was done. And then I felt it. A light, steady pressure settled on my back right shoulder. It was warm, like a hand, but there was no weight. It was just comfort. I stopped crying and froze where I was, too terrified to move, but too wrapped up in the warmth to panic. Then a voice. It was soft, gentle, and a little thin, like old lace. It was right next to my ear. It said with such quiet conviction, "It's all right, Sarah. You're doing well, sweet girl. You're doing the best you can." The warmth stayed for a moment longer and then lifted away. I sat up completely alone, chills covering every inch of my skin. My name is Jessica. It's always been Jessica. I ran to the old tax records the next day. The house had been built in 1948. The couple who owned it from the mid-60s to the late 90s. What was their name? Sarah Ellen McDaniel. And her husband. The husband had died overseas, leaving Sarah to raise their son alone in the house. I don't really think that the woman who visited Liam was a malicious spirit or even a lost soul. She was stuck in her own beautiful, quiet routine, a spirit of nurture and survival. She wasn't comforting me, Jessica, the struggling mom. She was comforting the memory of herself, Sarah. I never heard the voice again, but I kept the handkerchief. I started feeling like maybe, just maybe, the weight on my shoulders wasn't all mine to carry. I work the late shift at a major rail hub. I'll keep the city unnamed, but think huge vaulted ceilings and echoing marble floors. My job is essentially security and dispatch until the early morning commuter trains start rolling in. It's a lonely gig. Most nights, the only company I have are the custodial crew and the ghosts. And believe me, this place has ghosts. It's an old building. Hundreds of thousands of people have passed through it. Tragedies have happened here. This story takes place on a Thursday night in December, many years ago. The city was under a bone-chilling cold front. The wind howled outside the thick glass, and the station was basically deserted. The last major Amtrak train had departed at around 11:45. It was 1:30 a.m. Time for me to do my final sweep of the waiting lounges and the side concourses. I was near the historic ticketing windows, the ones that they don't use anymore, when I noticed a suitcase. It was an old leather trunk, the kind your grandparents traveled with, sitting unattended next to one of the enormous columns. Immediate red flag. You don't leave luggage in a secure area. I grabbed my radio to call it in. As I crouched to inspect the bag, I saw a pair of feet. They were behind the pillar, perfectly still. I stood up slowly. I hadn't seen anyone here when I walked past a minute ago. I cleared my throat. "Excuse me, sir. The station is closed. Is this your bag?" No response. I stepped around the column. He was a tall man, wearing a heavy dark trench coat and a fedora pulled very low. He was staring intensely at the old departure board, the big mechanical clicker board, which was dark and offline for the night. You couldn't even read the old faded destinations. "Sir," I repeated, louder, my hand inching toward my sidearm. "I need you to confirm if this luggage belongs to you." The man turned his head, slowly. I couldn't see his face because of the shadow cast by the fedora, but the effect was terrifying. It wasn't the shadow of his hat that obscured his features. It was as if his face absorbed the light. It was a zone of pure, lightless black under the brim. He didn't speak. He just slowly raised his arm. He pointed his finger directly at one of the dark lines on the old board, the line that should have read the destination. As I stared at where he was pointing, a sound, a faint, dry click-clack, echoed through the massive hall. The mechanical flipboard, which was powered off and hadn't been used in 20 years, flipped. Only one row moved, the row his finger pointed at. On that line, against the pale yellow background, appeared a destination, spelled out in the old mechanical letters, Hellgate, NY. The moment the final Y appeared, the man let out a sound. It wasn't a word or a cough. It was a long, deep sigh of incredible bone-weary disappointment. It was the type of sigh that you make when you've waited your whole life for something and it's finally, terribly, not there. He dropped his arms. His black shape seemed to melt, dissolving from the bottom up, like ink being dropped into water. The coat, the fedora, the whole silhouette just faded into the air. I stood there frozen. I hadn't moved or said a thing. Then I remembered the click-clack. I looked at the board. It was dark. I turned. The trunk was gone. I scrambled everywhere, looking for the man, for the suitcase. I convinced myself at the time that I hadn't seen what I just described seeing, though I knew what I'd seen. I never saw him again, but I guess some people probably wait a lifetime to see a ghost just once, so chances are I never will. I've often tried to invent a backstory for this anomaly, but I come up short. I really just wish there was a way to know who or what he was. Moving into a big city apartment for the first time always means making compromises. Mine was a third-floor walk-up in a neighborhood that was up and coming, which is a polite way to say you'll occasionally hear sirens. But the rent was low and the light was good, so I signed the lease. The only real point of contact was the landlord, a perpetually stressed man named Gary, who lived downstairs and seemed annoyed by any request that involved him doing actual work. The first hint of trouble wasn't a sound or a theft, but a piece of technology. Deep in the back of my bedroom closet, high up on a shelf above where the rods hung, I found an old dome-shaped security camera. It was a slightly dusty, early model of a cloud-based camera, mounted with a single screw and angled perfectly to survey the entire room, right down to the head of the bed. It was plugged into an obscure outlet that I'd never noticed. I stared at it. Who leaves a security camera pointed at their own bed? I'd spoken to Gary about the previous tenant, and he'd been annoyingly vague, just mentioning that they left in a hurry. My immediate response was to unplug it and toss it into a small box of forgotten cleaning supplies on the floor, out of sight, out of mind. For the next few days, I was busy unpacking, But a faint, persistent paranoia started to creep in, aided by the fact that Gary was the only other person with a key. Nothing was stolen or broken, but small things in my apartment were moved. I swore I'd left my desk chair tucked neatly under the desk before I went to work, but when I came home, it was pulled out by about a foot. The bathroom window was latched, but I found it pushed open one morning. Then there was the night that I was absolutely certain I'd double-locked the deadbolt, only to find that the key had turned only once. I rationalized it all as forgetfulness, chaos of moving, or quirks of an old building. But the anxiety was a knot in my stomach. The chilling feeling of being observed never let up. On the fifth night, I woke up suddenly, 3 a.m. I heard a faint, tiny click sound coming from the living room. I told myself it was a refrigerator, pipes, but my heart was pounding so much, it's like I knew it was an intruder. I lay there for 10 minutes, frozen. Finally, I fell asleep. The next morning, driven by pure, frantic paranoia, I dug the security camera out of the box. Fine, I thought. If someone's coming in, I'm going to get a look at them. I spent an hour Googling the model number. It was an old MyView Cam 3000. I downloaded the generic app and went through the laborious setup process. I quickly realized that because the previous owner hadn't factory reset it, they had likely set it up under a generic password, which I immediately changed. Once the feed was live on my phone, I didn't put it back in the closet. Instead, I carefully mounted it inside my bedroom, pointing directly at the bedroom door. I enabled the recording feature and finally went to sleep, feeling a fragile, false sense of security. I felt better knowing that if Gary used his master key again, I'd have him on tape. The next morning, I woke up utterly exhausted, but cautiously relieved. I unlocked my phone and opened the camera app. Then I pulled up the live feed. It showed my door closed and locked. Nothing had happened overnight. But then I scrolled through the archived history. I found a clip from 1:52 a.m. It was only 7 seconds long, but it drained the blood from my face. The clip showed the view of the camera, pointed at the door. Suddenly, a figure steps into the frame. A dark silhouette moves with a quick, practiced ease. The shape is tall and heavy-set, similar to Gary's build. The figure doesn't fumble for the lock. They are already inside. They walk directly to the wall where the camera is mounted, without even glancing at my bed. The next second of the video shows a gloveless hand reaching out, not to unplug the camera, but to unscrew it from the shelf. It's done with mechanical precision. In the final few seconds, the figure is holding the camera. The lens is momentarily turned away from the wall, and I see a flash of the figure's dark jeans and bulky sweater before the camera is completely engulfed in shadow. The recording cuts off. The figure didn't just unplug it. They took the device. I jumped out of bed. I ran over to my shelf. It was empty. The camera, the screw, the tiny hole was just left behind on the wall. The realization hit me with the force of a physical blow. Gary, the only person with effortless access to my apartment, had come in while I was sleeping to destroy the only evidence of his intrusions. He hadn't been stealing valuables. He was stealing privacy. And now he'd just taken my proof. But not really, because it was on my phone. I broke the lease that afternoon. I found another place immediately and changed my phone number. I never saw Gary again, but I did report him to the police. Handing over the videos from my phone, honestly, I don't think they ever did anything about it. I probably should have pressed charges, but I was young and broke and alone in the city, so Escaping the guy that was spying on me for nearly a month was sort of my priority. But if it taught me anything, it's to always look for cameras. I spent a week backpacking alone in the Grand Tetons last year. It was the day of my 20th birthday when I was about halfway through the trail, which means that I was at the furthest point into the backcountry, miles from civilization. That day, I hiked farther into the day than normal to cover as much distance as I could. This was a mistake, because when I reached the designated permit campsites area, most of them were already taken. I continued on the trail before I reached something that kind of resembled a campsite. It was a small dirt area under a tree that sat adjacent to a tiny stream. I was uneasy about the spot, but it was getting too dark to find another one. I set up my tent and fell asleep alone in my small 2-person tent right as the sun went down. A couple of hours later, I woke up to the sound of a twig snapping. I thought it was a squirrel or a marmot, so in a sleepy daze, I hit the side of the tent to scare it off. And then there was a sound like something hit back. It frightened me, but I decided that it must have been a branch or something that had fallen from a tree. I was still exhausted at that point, and I went back to sleep. Not long after, I was woken up by more twigs breaking, but this time they were noticeably steps, and loud ones at that. I knew I was in bear country, but it was pitch black and I had the rain cover on, so I couldn't see anything. I hoped it was a deer and that it would just wander off, and the sounds did stop for a while. About 30 minutes later, the same cracking sounds of twigs on the ground, and they were moving in the other direction. That's when it stopped and sniffed my tent. It had thunderous breaths, and there was no doubt in my mind now that it was a bear. I had nowhere to run, and all I had to defend myself was a pocket knife and a can of bear spray. So I stayed up the rest of the night, wide awake with both of my hands ready to defend myself. It stayed around my tent for 5 terrifying hours, infrequently walking, sniffing, and at one point, scratching at my tent. It wasn't until the sun came up and the sound stopped that I had the courage to bolt out of my tent to get as far away as I could. When I looked back, there was no sign of a bear, but when I finally returned to my campsite, there were massive paw prints in the dirt surrounding it. It was the most terrifying night of my life. This is the only real paranormal experience anyone in my family's ever had, but it gives me chills every time I think about it. Back in the late 70s, my mom was staying the night at a friend's house. It wasn't anything unusual, just a normal sleepover. They had hung out, probably listening to records, and then eventually went to bed. My mom was sleeping alone in the guest room, which had a little beauty desk with a mirror against the wall. It was sort of built into it. Sometime in the early morning, she woke up. She wasn't sure why at first, but then she saw movement out of the corner of her eye. There, sitting at the beauty desk, was a girl brushing her hair. Half asleep, my mom just assumed it was her friend. It was early. Maybe she'd woken up to get ready for the day. My mom mumbled something, probably a groggy, "What time is it?" or "You're up early." The girl didn't respond. She just kept brushing her hair. My mom wasn't alarmed. She was tired, and if her friend didn't feel like talking, whatever. She rolled over and went back to sleep. In the morning, she mentioned it casually. Her friend gave her a weird look. I never got up. I was sleeping all night till we got up. It unsettled my mom, but she didn't push it. Maybe she'd been dreaming, or maybe she just thought she'd woken up. She let it go until she heard the rest. Later, she found out that a girl had lived in that house before her friend's family had moved in, and that girl had died by taking her own life in that room at that beauty desk. It was the only paranormal experience my mom ever had, and to this day, she swears she was awake when she saw that girl brushing her hair. And honestly, I believe her. One day when I was 15, I came back from school like any other normal day. I live in Sofia, so McDonald's was the easiest and greatest of lunches, so I brought some lunch home and sat to watch a show called Ghost Hunters. Since I was in the 3rd grade, I gained an interest in the paranormal. I think it was because I wanted to believe there was life after death and so on, only what I was about to experience was definitely a surprise. While I was watching, I heard footsteps. I knew that my mom and my dad were at work, and of course the neighbors were as well. There was virtually no one that was going to come unattended. There were no such people in my life. Of course, I went and checked the door, and there was no one there. So I decided to turn back to my room. Just as I was about to sit back down on my bed, I caught something out of the corner of my eye, a shadowy hand, almost a demonic one. It was coming from the wall next to my bed, trying to grab me. I just jumped. My heart was racing. Even now, remembering this, I still feel uneasy. When my parents came home, I told them the story, but no one believed me. They said that I was watching too many ghost stories. It's a fair analysis, but it hurt my feelings. Nonetheless, everything was normal for a couple of days, when some dark news was delivered to our family. My granddad on my mom's side had died. I was devastated, but I started to think, was it some sort of premonition that I had? Is that what a person sees before death of a relative happens? Was it actually a ghost? Was it some sort of manifestation of my sadness, or the sadness of the spirit? The two could be completely unrelated as well. But it doesn't really change the fact that it happened, and I can't seem to forget it. I hadn't thought of this memory for so long until reading comments. It was like something buried deep in my mind was suddenly brought to the surface. When I was a kid, my family lived out in the middle of nowhere in rural Montana. We had acres upon acres of land, surrounded by dense woods and fields that seemed to stretch on forever. My brothers and I spent most of our days exploring, making up games, and testing the limits of our curiosity. One particular summer day stands out. We were wandering further than usual, our feet crunching over twigs and leaves, when we stumbled across something we had never seen before. Tucked into the trees, partially hidden by overgrown brush, was a cabin, or what was left of one. The place looked like it had been abandoned for decades. The roof sagged in places. The wooden walls were grayed and splintered, and one corner had completely collapsed on itself. But what drew us closer wasn't the eerie isolation of the cabin. It was the way it seemed wrong, like it didn't belong there. We didn't hesitate, though. We were kids after all, and caution wasn't exactly in our vocabulary. We approached the rotting porch, the boards groaning under our weight as we crept inside. The first thing that hit us was the smell, damp, moldy, with a strange chemical undertone that made my stomach turn. The inside was just as dilapidated as the outside, but there was one detail that stood out, one that I'll never forget. Orange prescription pill bottles. They were everywhere. At first, it didn't seem so strange. Maybe someone had left a few behind. But as we moved deeper into the cabin, it became overwhelming. Open a cupboard and pill bottles would come spilling out. Peer under the sink, there were more. They littered the countertops, filled the drawers, and even sat in piles beneath makeshift furniture. The bottles were in every corner, every crevice, some hidden, some in plain sight, but all of them empty. Hundreds of them. I remember my brothers and I exchanging uneasy glances. We were kids, but even we could tell this wasn't normal. What kind of person needed that many pills, or had been bringing them here, one by one, for some reason that we just couldn't understand? The bottles didn't have labels that we could make out, just worn, faded text. It looked like they'd been deliberately scratched off. We didn't stay long. The air got heavier the longer we were in there. The cabin itself was pressing on us, urging us to leave, basically. I can't explain it, but I remember feeling like we weren't supposed to be there, like we'd stumbled into something that wasn't meant to be found. To this day, I can't shake the image of those bottles, hundreds of them, empty, scattered throughout that forgotten place. Who left them there, and why? I'll never know, but even now, the thought of it sends a chill down my spine. This is a weird memory that I have with my grandma during the end of her life that kind of scared me. I was young, and such a contrastive point of view was far beyond my understanding. The conversations between the doctors and my parents went way over my head. I knew what cancer was, and I knew Grandma Yuki had a lot of it in her bones. She was sick, and that's why we were staying in the hospital with her. Years later, my comprehension of what Alzheimer's and dementia was would give me more perspective of why my grandma acted the way she did sometimes. Grandma Yuki was in her late 80s, and for days at a time, my dad and I would sleep on cots in her hospital room because the doctors would tell us that she would be passing away soon. This routine would last 4 months in total. Doctors would call, tell us Grandma's on her last leg. We would prepare to say our goodbyes and send her off. But then days would pass, and her health would stabilize a bit. We'd go home, only to get another call the next day, telling us that she was hours from death again. It was a toss-up to see if she remembered who we were when we'd bunk up with her again. Grandma's forgetfulness was silly to me. She used to call me Child when she couldn't remember my name. Child, what are you doing in my room? Because I was a little girl, not remembering who I was wasn't as scary as when she'd forget who my dad, her son, was. He experienced the most of my grandma's memory lapses, and it really broke him apart. He would cry in the car on our way home from our visits. A few times my grandma attacked him, thinking that he was a stranger in her room. There was a lot of turmoil being passed around the adults that I was blissfully ignorant about. That being said, in retrospect, I was able to see my grandma change with an unbiased filter. Besides being as sick as she looked, in my mind, the other medical conditions weren't attributed to how she acted. Therefore, I wasn't skeptical when she whispered about the devil bird that landed on her windowsill. It was just her and I watching the morning news in her hospital room. My cot was pressed against the corner of the wall, right under the thick glass window, furthest away from the cords and IV bags that hung around my grandma's bed like plastic ivy vines. The view from my window looked out high above a smaller suburban city. Birds would land outside the window often, and my grandmother would admire them or pay them no mind. But this time, as we watched the morning news together, a bird landed on the window that she feared greatly. With a weak, raspy voice, she told me quickly, "Get away from the window." I did as she asked. The urgency in her eyes frightened me. When I got to her bedside, she would point my attention over to the window, the bird that was perched outside the glass. Its colorful body faced us, but its head drooped to the side, like it was trying to look down off the edge. With a trembling voice, my grandma whispered, "That bird is evil. That's a devil bird." I'd never heard of a devil bird before, and I had no clue why my grandma was so afraid of it. Technically, we couldn't even see its face. To me, It just resembled the other birds that flew around the hospital. It just sat strange. I couldn't see anything that made the bird special apart from the others. From its position, you could see one of its eyes. It was exceptionally big and black, but I questioned if I was just wanting to see this exaggerated feature rather than actually finding one discernible from the other birds. It was also the only one up there, and so comparing the size and blackness of its eyes was, again, most likely exaggerated by the name my grandma had given it. She was lucid at the time, too, not silly, forgetful grandma. Her heart monitor spiked until the bird flew away. Throughout the day, when birds would land on the windowsill outside, I'd ask my grandma if they were also devil birds. She said, no, those birds are living. Devil birds are not. They're possessed corpses, allowed to fly again until their muscles wear away. The idea of possession was within my grasp, as I'd seen it referenced before in a show called Unsolved Mysteries. I asked how she knew the bird that morning was a devil bird. Its neck was broken, she tells me. Unfortunately, this back and forth was pieced together between many forgetful lapses that lasted until the day she did pass away. Later, when I'd ask my dad about the devil birds, his answer pivoted off her mental state. I've always wished that he could have been there when she told me all of this, or seen the bird, if only to see how lucid she was at the time. Even in her full-blown dementia, she never referred to another bird as a devil bird, and more birds would land on her windowsill all the way till the day she passed. She was right. None of them looked quite like the devil bird. I've always been nervously curious to see if my grandma's account of devil birds was real. Believing in this is also accepting the belief of possession being real, no matter at what size. So now I've put myself out there, told my crazy granny story. You're now obliged to tell me if she was really crazy after all. You know, crazy, crazy. A good friend of mine told me this story years ago. He's the stereotypical old big bad trucker. I've seen some weird stuff with him while driving in South Texas along the border. He never batted an eye, but while telling me this story, he had goosebumps and a concerned expression, which from this guy is about the equivalent of a trembling lip. I'll tell this story in the first person as he told it to me. Years ago in the late 90s, I was on my way from the house in Central Texas, heading to Laredo to pick up a load. It was early morning, around 4 or 5. I had just come off a string of days at home, so I know I wasn't tired. I'm on one of those 2-lane winding roads in the absolute middle of bumfuck nowhere, when I see something on the side of the road at the edge of my high beams. At first, I just thought it was roadkill, as it's usually the case. As I get closer, I see that it is roadkill, and there's something crouched over the deer carcass. I remember thinking either this guy is taking the antlers as a trophy, or he's fucking sick. As I got closer, still, I can see now that this guy's eating the fucking deer. He's pulling chunks of meat from the stomach, bringing them to his face. At this point, he stops mid-motion and looks up at me. Not at my truck, but at me. He or it stands up, and that's when I see it's fucking huge, brown, and covered in hair. I remember thinking at this point, oh, fuck. This thing is standing on the tiny shoulder, looking at me. By this point, maybe 3 seconds have passed, and I'm about to the point in the road that he's standing at. I didn't even think of stopping. In fact, I'm starting to lay on it and get the hell out of there. As I'm passing it, it's looking at me. Again, not at the truck. It's looking through the driver's side windshield at me. He obviously has the intelligence to know that there's a driver in here and knows where I'm sitting. As I passed it, I could still see its head above the hood of my needle-nose Pete, an old truck design where the hood goes straight out from the windshield, known for being tall and difficult to see around. This thing was a fucking giant. I don't know if it makes sense, but I remember seeing human intelligence in its eyes. It scares the shit out of me. Sorry for the wall of text, but I figure it's a story worth sharing. Growing up, every year, my family would spend our summer vacation at our cabin. The summer of my junior year of high school, I used to babysit at this rather large house. The kids were about 4 and 2. The first time I went, my sister came along to help. Walking into the house the first time gave me an uneasy feeling, but I never could quite put my finger on it. Of all the summers we'd been going to the lake, this was the first time we'd known anyone living in this particular house. As the night went on, the parents were gone from about 4 p.m. to 1 a.m. Things started to get weird. My sister was sitting at the dining room table, and I had taken both of the kids to the bathroom. About a minute later, she runs up to me and the kids and swears she heard footsteps run up behind her and suddenly stop. When she turned around, she said she saw nothing and got super freaked out and ran to me. Even scarier, she said the footsteps followed her as she ran, picking up speed and almost catching up to her. I'm gonna be honest, that freaked me out quite a bit. The rest of that night, I still felt uneasy, but nothing happened to me. The next time I went to their house to babysit is when I experienced something paranormal for the first time in my life. I was playing with the kids in their playroom, and from the opposite side of the room, a toy fell out of their toy chest. Both kids were on my side of the room, and the toy chest was barely half full. We all saw it. Everyone was quiet, and I could sense the oldest becoming uneasy. I played it off, though, sharing an unprompted laugh, which made them laugh. Then I put the kids to bed and just waited for the parents to get home. It was an agonizing couple of hours. I kept expecting something to jump out at me. The next couple of times babysitting after the second time were some of the most terrifying of my life. I'd hear footsteps upstairs when I was downstairs, and both of the kids would be with me. I'd see black shadows out of the corner of my eye quite often. It got to the point where lights would turn off and on by themselves, right in front of me. I could even hear the switch click. There was one specific time that I felt one of the children run up and grab the side of my leg, but there was no child when I looked down. I completely lost it after that incident. I called my mom, crying, so she could help me get through the rest of the night. It may not sound awful to you guys, but to me, the fear had consumed my whole body. The final straw was when the 4-year-old got out of bed and started laughing at me. I asked him why he was laughing, and he just continued to laugh even harder and looked to the side of my face instead of directly at me. I had no desire to turn around, and I sent him back to bed. That was it for me. I knew something was in that house, and I never went back again. The parents were my dad's friends from work who had rented the house for that summer. After I officially quit, my dad told me about the many rumors that surrounded the house. He knew that they had gone through 4 nannies before we had even made it there. They paid very well, and that's why I kept going back initially, until it became too much. The best part about the story is after I stopped babysitting, the 4-year-old had woken up one night screaming and crying, telling his dad that he knew someone was in his closet. And when I heard about that incident, I never regretted my decision to stay the hell away from that house. In 91, I was 6 and living with my father and stepmother. Every other weekend, they would drive me 2 hours to meet my mother at a halfway point for the trade-off. One week, Mom couldn't get off work, and Dad got food poisoning, so my stepmom, Brenda, was left to drive me the whole way. Mom was a waitress, so we timed it to arrive when she'd be getting off at 10, but we never made it. Just past where we normally would have met, we had to get on the interstate. But the on and off ramps weren't like normal ones. The direction they were pointed made them seem backwards to anyone who wasn't used to the area. Lots of accidents happened before they fixed it because so many people would go the wrong way. Just like Brenda. She wasn't familiar with the area at all and turned up the off-ramp. As we came to the final curve, we collided head-on with a huge truck, and an SUV crashed into its rear end. I was in the back seat and briefly knocked unconscious. When I woke, the truck's front tires were through the windshield, and Brenda's head was gone. There was only a fountain of red rushing over the remaining mangled mass below her shoulders. I was trapped inside for almost an hour while the fire department used the jaws of life to pry open the door. I was surrounded by people trying to communicate with me, but I was wholly focused on Brenda. I couldn't have talked even if I had noticed them. I also don't remember screaming, but everyone said I never stopped. I didn't feel pain or realize my legs were trapped under the front passenger seat either, but both were broken in multiple places. They said I didn't notice because of the shock. I didn't have a full grasp on death before the wreck, but I instinctively understood it once I saw what was left of Brenda. I didn't have all the right words for everything, but she was just clearly no more. She was gone. I had to have surgery that night. When I woke, both my parents were there. It was the first time I ever saw my father cry, but there were many more to follow. My parents didn't get back together, but my dad moved 10 minutes away from my mom's house, so he could help with my recovery. When I finally left the hospital, I still had months of physical therapy to endure. The pain is what I remember most. The rest is just a collage of fuzzy memories. Physically, my recovery took about a year. Mentally, well, if you listen to my therapist, it's still a work in progress. But the nightmares mostly stopped in my mid-20s, and surprisingly, talking about it does help. I would always dream about a zombie version of Brenda's head appearing in my lap, staring up at me. Sometimes it was in school. Sometimes it was in the wreck or at the dinner table. Overall, I'm lucky to be alive. Kids riding in the front seat wasn't an uncommon occurrence in those days, and I typically did it all the time. But Brenda, she insisted that I sit in the back. Had I not been in the back, there's no way I would have survived. These days, I'm what you call a granny driver, and proud of it. I was driving southbound on I-81 in Virginia on a summer day, but recent rain had left the road slick. I was taking it slow, carefully navigating the wet pavement while faster vehicles zoomed past me. One car shot by at a breakneck speed, easily 90 to 100 miles an hour. I glanced over to where my mother and nephew were asleep in the bunk behind me. I had been about to make a comment on the driver's reckless speed, but seeing them peacefully asleep, I mumbled my frustration to myself instead. About a mile down the highway, I noticed the same car again. This time, it was airborne, crashing violently into the side of a semi. The impact ripped the trailer open. The load, marked as hazmat, spilled across the road. The sight was surreal. The crumpled wreckage of the car, the strewn totes, and the semi's mangled trailer. I pulled over quickly, heart racing. The driver of the car was bleeding profusely, his injuries severe. My mother and I rushed to his aid, using towels to stem the flow of blood the best we could. Each moment felt like an eternity, our hands trembling as we tried to help. The sound of sirens grew closer, and soon the state police and paramedics arrived, taking over the scene with a grim efficiency. We continued our journey to my mother's house, arriving about 30 minutes later. The house was quiet, a stark contrast to the chaos we'd just left behind. As we settled in, we turned on the news, hoping for some information about the accident. The headlines were stark and unforgiving. The driver had died. And then just one of those weird, unnecessary but chilling realizations struck me. My offhand comment to myself about the driver having a death wish had taken on horrific weight. I couldn't shake the eerie feeling that my words had somehow been a dark premonition. And that little coincidence just haunts me. Have I ever gone missing with lost time? I have. I had been living in the infamous Blue House for 3 years. Prior to moving, our family had just experienced a new brush with death from CO2 poisoning in the home. The home was clocked at lethal levels. The fire investigator never could find the cause, meaning there was no official leak. To this day, it's still listed as a paranormal event with the city police and fire department. So we decided it was time to move out after that event. We'd moved everything over to a new home, and I was at the Blue House cleaning it for the new owner. There was a knock at the door. I went to look, but no one was there. As I was walking away from the door, I suddenly felt like the wind was knocked out of me. I rushed towards my bedroom where my purse was to get my rescue inhaler, but I never made it. That's the last thing I remember. When I woke up, I was falling from a standing position, slamming into the wall of the living room at the Blue House. I was colder than I'd ever been in my entire life. I was very disoriented with the furnishings all gone. I didn't know where I was. I went into the bathroom and looked into the mirror. I was so cold my teeth were chattering and my lips were blue. I ran a hot bath, climbed in as quickly as I could. My cell phone had been in my bra and had fallen to the ground when I'd gotten undressed. I retrieved it, called my boyfriend while still in the tub. He answered, and I started crying. "I'm confused. I just woke up and I'm so cold." He said, "Where the hell have you been? You've been missing for over 5 hours. Everyone's so worried." While I was missing for those 5 hours, my boyfriend had checked the Blue House several times, and I was not there. It's unknown to this day where I went or what I did in those 5 hours. I'm unsure if I ever really want to know. There's a wooden cross on the bend of a 2-lane highway just before taking the exit to my small town. I've lived here for years. Family lived out here, and after I graduated, I came to work for my uncle's roofing company. I casually gazed at this cross while passing by upwards between 3 or 4 times a day. It's a good reminder to slow down driving through these hills. The longer you live here, the easier twists and turns become. I'd like to hope I'm not the only one that pumps their brakes a little more when driving these roads. Sadly, this wooden cross isn't alone. Every few miles you'll see another one. A lot on such a small stretch of highway. But I'd find out. The crosses aren't at all an accurate depiction of the deaths that have happened. And while many of these are from driving under the influence, other accidents have had us scratching our heads when reading about them on our police department's Twitter account. Since I moved out here, I never liked driving on our highway at night. To easily sum it up, it's a twisty, thin road with a lane for east and a lane for west, divided by a thin yellow line. On each of the other sides are steep, mountainous drops. The only lights helping you see are the ones attached to your car, It's easy to see how most of the accidents occur, but then a notification will light up my phone telling me that they found a truck, unoccupied, with its hazards blinking. They identified the vehicle's owner from the wallet left in the glove box. They put on an extensive search in the area, but from what I know, the guy never came back to his car, and he was never found. I myself have seen balls of light racing in and out of the trees. Around here, no one's gonna think you're telling a lie if you mention Bigfoot. I've seen 2 of those big fuckers duking it out with each other right in the middle of the road. At least that's what it looked like. Either that or a big furry rock slide, and oddly enough, I haven't seen a furry rock. Mossy rocks I've seen, but rocks screaming and swinging on each other like massive gorillas with long legs rolling down an embankment and off another. If I was any closer, they probably would have taken me off the edge with them. We think they live in the abandoned mining caves located around town. Guns don't work on them. My buddy tried blasting one in his backyard, but that just pissed it off. He ended up getting all of his windows smashed in by a showering of big rocks being thrown periodically through the night until sunrise. Most of the time, they just stay out of our way. It's rare to actually see one up close, but I wasn't trying to make this about Bigfoot. I apologize, because honestly, I don't think they're the ones to blame for the accidents. Driving down this highway, I've also seen spirits manifest in the road. If I didn't have my wits about me, I would have naturally cranked the wheel until my car went off a cliff from a 90-degree turning angle. The city repairs the thin metal barrier, but the rubber tire marks remain on the pavement for years. There's something deeply creepy about seeing these faded trails that lead straight off the edge of the road. From the stories I've heard from others that have seen them, they think the spirits are intentionally trying to scare the drivers off the cliff because they're lonely. With so many deaths, I don't know how they could be so lonely, though. There should be enough souls out there to throw a mini festival, decades and decades of them. The county couldn't financially undertake the job that it would take to make this road safer, at least not anytime soon. All we could do is buckle up and drive cautiously. The wildlife around here stay mostly in the forested area. I've only had to slow down for a half full of deer crossing the road. But some people, they'll go as far as to tell you that the deer can't be trusted. This last one I actually heard a couple weeks ago down at the bar. A lady from one of our neighboring towns had walked into the bar, telling everyone that on her drive in, she saw a deer on the side of the road. It was standing up on 2 legs. Its face looked decayed, more skeleton than skin. It had huge black eyes, and it stared at her when she sped by. When she looked in her rearview mirror, it was chasing her. She floored it the rest of the way to the bar. The old pervs were the first to offer words of advice and trade horror stories in line with hers. One going as far as to blame these accidents on the deer. And at this point, I'd be a fool to rule anything out that seems too strange to be true. A UFO crashed in the Spokane Valley on June 24th, 2024. In the hills near Deer Lake, 2 military jets were flying close behind. They zoomed by maybe 10, 20 seconds later. I couldn't tell if they were the ones who downed the craft. All of it happened so fast. My husband Dobbs was driving us out to visit his uncle over in Clayton. Then, a silver object in the shape of a sideways teardrop appeared to burst out of a flash of light. It moved in the direction that the big end was on. At the thin, pointed end, it was swinging in a figure 8 pattern. Then we saw it fall behind a hill. We knew there was only ground past that hill. Then the jets flew by. Ignoring my wishes not to go look for the crash, Dobbs hit his blinker and changed course, and gives me the task of calling his uncle to tell him we'll be late, then to call the newspaper. By the time we got anywhere close to where it landed, big army trucks blocked the roads leading there. For our safety, I'll use the name B when I refer to our daughter-in-law. B works for a local paper in or around the Spokane Valley. She told me that multiple people called in from Ponderay to report the crash. Most of their stories were the same, and none of them ended with any more information. The big trucks surrounded that town, blocking off the roads to and from for over an hour. Then, someone in the Sand Creek area called in. They claimed to have been on Mountain Road. That call would be the closest to the actual crash site. The man called in to talk about what they'd seen. He was suspicious the local police were involved, and he wanted to get on record what he saw. When the UFO crashed in the valley below the road, the man pulled over his work truck and looked off the edge of the road to see the silver drop at rest in the long grass. It was almost immediately next that a round of pops echo off the mountains, and the area below is covered with smoke bombs that fully engulf the craft and surrounding area. A black helicopter then came from the north and dropped a humongous opaque net over the craft. For a quick moment, the man could see everything as the air from the net pushed the fog around when it landed. He told B that just before everything was covered again by the gray cloud of smoke, he saw a tall, bell-shaped creature form out of thin air in front of the soldiers that were approaching the crash site on foot. Though the man tried to drive away, law enforcement caught up with him. He was detained, and all of his belongings were confiscated. His camera, journal, even his phone were taken. After the reports started coming into the office, so did 4 men from the government. They threatened B and the rest of the staff that were there that day to dispose of the story, or they themselves would be disposed of, along with the building itself. Claiming old structures like that burn down all the time, they made it clear that they intended to visit any callers that they could identify. I don't like to be a conspiracy theory nut or anything like that, but the story's being suppressed. Who knows why? I'm not even here to say if it's for our own good or not. I guess I'm just here to say it. If you live in Washington, share this with your loved ones or anyone you see fit. People are saying the area around the crash site that is contaminated by radiation now, including the Kalispell Lake and Penn River. If these claims are true, this would devastate our ecosystem around those parts, not to mention the health complications people would develop living in the towns close by. I guess this seems as good a reason as any to cover something up, keep something quiet.